Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome in to the Shakespeare Show with your host, of course, Shakespeare or Shakespeare, whichever you prefer. And hello, Geodragon. Welcome in. So, welcome everybody. Glad to see each and every one of you. So for today, what we're going to be doing is looking at some bad history. Since we hit the dono goal for last time, we are going to go over a What If Alt Hist video. Now, they don't always have to be What If Alt Hist videos, but I thought it might be, interesting to go over because it's been a while. It's been a while, right? Okay, Sasha, no worries. Very soon, by the way, this stream will have its own Wiggler, thanks to the wonderful work of Hellbent, who very, very kindly actually made me a Wiggler. And so, yes, it's a little dancing. It's a little dancing emote. So I would like to extend a special thanks to Hellbent, because soon we will be having a Wiggler. If people have ever seen, how some people, they have a Rantsona, right? And it just rocks back and forth, it's wiggling back and forth. I mean, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Except it has, I'm looking at it right now. It has a kufia, my hair, everything. So it's going to be me. It's a Wiggler of me. So I'm hoping that's exciting. I don't know. I thought about going over this one, about this one video, but now I'm actually second guessing it. So I think I'm just going to change. I don't know if I exactly want to go over, the whole Unabomber thing. I think maybe I could save that for another time. So instead, what I will do is actually go over.
I'm going to start this video.
I'm going to go over another video. Let's put it like that. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. Welcome in. So let's see here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to look at why the school system failed, okay? Also, by the way, speaking about schools, if you'd like to help your, I forget how the saying exactly goes, but, your nice neighborhood, historian, you can always do so by helping sponsor one of these books. And if we do hit full purchase of this book, we will go over another bad history video. And if we finish the sub count here, then we will get to go over a more serious topic. So, channel rename suggests What If Actual Hist? I'm almost tempted. Almost tempted. The Unabomber. Well, again, the thing is that I don't want to allow him, right, to try to whitewash what he did, right? And I don't think that I could effectively do that in a way that I would want to, right? So instead, we're going to look at why education apparently, or why the school system failed in America. Also, please do let me know about the sound. I know that eventually, every once in a while we have some sound issues, and I'm working to get those corrected, like by doing different stuff with all the little soundboard things, it sounded okay to me earlier. But if it doesn't, just let me know.
With two stories, both of which I think are indicative of an underlying point that's doing incredible damage to our society. The first story is that I'm originally from Pennsylvania, and I was driving a friend who was visiting my area.
Okay. Sorry, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I accidentally did that too myself. Yeah, accidentally muted myself. Sorry. So as I was saying, um, still, I shouldn't be muted anymore. Is it good now? Okay, we're good now. Sorry. I always have to wait, so it should be working now. Okay, we're good. I boosted the sound again, so I'm hoping that that means that that will work. I need something, I don't know, I need something to just like really boost the sound of everything I'm watching, I guess.
To the Battle of Gettysburg, which was one of the biggest battles in the Civil War, which is a couple hours from where I grew up. In the town of Gettysburg, we visited an antique toy store, and
I once said that, like, Rudyard, which, by the way, I like to introduce him as he were, like, a pro wrestler, right? Are you ready for Rudyard, the Grill and Sicilian Lynch? But on the other hand, I also think about how he literally likes to play toy soldiers, right? He likes to play toy soldiers. That's one of his things, right? Kind of like Giga Chad, right? Someone with whom we discussed at length in previous iterations of this stream. He very much is like further along when it comes to like Giga Chad, since he also did history stuff. But I don't think I've ever seen Rudyard with just like a scabbard behind him, right? Or just a blade just somewhere in his vicinity. So there's that. But like, I don't know, like to me, it's like Gettysburg, I get it, right? You're in Pennsylvania, blah, blah, blah. But he does like to play soldier. Like, this is something that I would say he should be known for, right? Him versus Spirit Science. Oh, yeah, for sure. All of Giga Chad's G.I. Joe's figurines have that jawline. Oh, my gosh. What type of jawline is that? An octagonal one or a dodec? No, just... So...
The obscurity of some of the toy soldier sets they sold absolutely shocked me. Something that just got stuck in my head was that they had a toy soldier set from the 1950s about...
Hi, Narwhal. Welcome in, everybody.
About the Barbary Wars. For those of you that don't know, those were a brief series of wars in the early 1800s in which the United States destroyed the Barbary...
Oh my gosh. Okay, I love old maps. I mean, I literally have maps right behind me, as you could see, like when I'm on chat in particular. This literally just has pyramids next to Cairo, which is fine. I mean, technically, yes, that is true. That is where some pyramids are. I mean, technically, there's also a pyramid in Rome, but, it's much less well known. But, yeah, I still find it weird that people call it still the Barbary States, because I feel like when people hear that, they're not thinking, right, some origin related to Berber, which may or may not be the case. Instead, they're thinking of, the negative epithet that comes also with the base of that word. So just seeing this, I'm already like very... A Khyber knife? Oh yeah, for sure. He has at least one sword, an Afghan Peshawar. Ooh, that's interesting. That's really interesting, especially because they usually will have like, there are, and they're not like the ones in like people might know of sword dances or stuff like that in particularly like Saudi Arabia, because they're very lavish, but they have some that are very similar in certain areas of Afghanistan that do incorporate, elements of that, but it's not about the blade in the same way, if that makes sense, because it's like a rite of passage thing. So anyway,
Corsairs, or North African pirates for hijacking American trade. It's one of the more obscure.
Yeah, the Amazigh, Amazigh is another way to talk about the Berber people, right? Another thing to understand is that, like, this is why saying like, oh, this place is quote unquote Muslim or whatever, right, it's a very, like, when people try to use absolute statements like that, like, oh, as if everybody across a span of the entire globe, even if they did share the same religious, nominally so, all believe the same things. We do have a separate tradition of Amazigh beliefs and practices, right, that have existed and coexisted since before there was the introduction of Islam. In fact, even the Jewish communities of places like Algeria and Morocco in particular have been there, or like saying South Asian people are Hindu people, right? Exactly. Like, it doesn't make any sense to say that, or to say like, oh, Latin America, the Catholic people, like when it comes to Christianity, people are more aware of these divisions because, especially in the United States, because they know like what they define themselves against. But when it comes to other people, oh my goodness, thank you so much, Looney Tunes. 9,000. Thank you so very much for your subscription. 4-month streak. Let's go. So that's why, as I was saying, even the Jewish communities. Hello, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. There are 45 million Muslims in Uttar Pradesh alone. Right, exactly. I loved letters from the Narwhal. But yeah, like the Jewish community there has, like, it's let me just take a quick aside. It was the Zionists who, when they came to places like Morocco, tried to convince them, and did convince many of them, that they actually were a completely, like, racially separate people from the peoples of Morocco, when in fact the actual history is that they've not only have Jewish people lived there since before Islam, but like they are part of the the peoples that are there, right? Like, it wasn't until Zionism that such a division was created, right? And that was done purposefully.
And kind of badass things America's done that almost no one's heard of. However, the thing that really shocked me here...
What I'm surprised, though, is that he doesn't mention the treaty, which explicitly states that the United States is not in any way a Christian nation. Like, like, you can bring up the Barbary Pirate Wars or whatever, like, whatever you want to call them, right? But the treaty that they signed with them, with the Bay of Algiers, if I remember correctly, is the one that explicitly states that the United States is not in any way founded upon the Christian religion. Right, so...
is that they were expecting 10-year-olds in the 50s to know about this war, and furthermore, to care enough about it to buy a toy soldier set on the topic. The thing is that I run a history YouTube channel with what I think is a very smart audience that watches it today, and I expected most of the people listening to this video to not have heard of that war.
Why am I not surprised that the stuff he shows is, like, very colonially, I guess is one way of putting it. I mean, here we have you know, the poisoned Landwehr, right? So there's that. But like half of the founding fathers saw Christianity as the bane of old Europe. I mean, are we watching What If Alt History? Yes, because we got the if we get the book that's up here on Throne fully sponsored, then we watch a bad history video. Smart audience.
The free market was the same back in the 50s as today, where people would make products
What?
that other people would buy. And the fact that they...
I'm sorry, but there is literally no such thing as a free market. Sorry, just have to tell you, there is literally no such thing as a free market. In fact, even the people that are all about free markets say that the government must be used in order to create said quote-unquote free markets. That's why they have the generalized competition. That's why they have the concept of generalized competition, which then, right, engenders the need to marketize, right, and commodify more and more things that otherwise wouldn't be, right, like housing, right. Your house should not be seen as an investment, right? Like, I know, again, I've said this before, I know people who live in my neighborhood, right, who are never going to leave their house. That is, I mean, they leave their house, but you know what I mean, right? That they're never going to move away from their house, right? Like some of them, it's been in their families for 2 generations already, if not 3. Some of the newer houses, right? It's, a bit different, but I still hear people, particularly of like, if they're slightly younger, but also some like people that grew up speaking English in particular, saying like the value of my house went up. And I will, sometimes even ask them like, well, do you plan on selling it? No, I would never sell my house. And it's like, then does it really matter that it went up in price? I mean, again, that's just my own like, kind of questioning, but yes, if you'd like to help my research, you can always go to Throne and help sponsor the book. The one we're currently trying to sponsor is the book Migra, which is the history of it talks about things like the Texas Rangers, but also particularly right the beginning of like the INS and Border Patrol. So, and as I said yesterday on stream, that's actually quite relevant to my research. So, I mean, it is for my research, but you know what I mean.
Made a toy soldier set on this war means that there is a market of 10-year-old.
Wait, let me see here. I love how the Sultan's like list of like millions titles for themselves in letters. From the Turkish Sultan, Caesar of the Turks, Greeks, Macedonians, Babylonians, Jerusalem, Pasha of Assyria, Greater and Lesser Egypt, King of Alexandria, the Armenians, and all the inhabitants of the world, prince over princes, grandson of God, brave warrior, etc., etc. Well, you know what's actually one of the like when you're addressing, I suppose, the court, or when you would have addressed the court of the Ottomans, right? You would have said, right, like, you would have addressed it to the most gracious and sublime port of the Ottomans, right? Because that was what the sublime port was, how it was always referred to be the like space where, right, international relations took place with the Ottomans in their Topkapi Palace, right? So you would always address things to the Sublime Port, right? So I always like that.
Who had heard about the Barbary Wars.
Also, no, I'm sorry. You should not have anybody, let alone Zulu, quote unquote, warriors, right? Like people, like what's it called? What's the name of that movie? Is it literally just called Zulu? The one where it's like a lot of right wingers like it. Before, it wasn't seen so much as a right wing film, although it is pretty, pro colonialism in many ways. And it's interesting because the person who seems the most sane in the room comes off being as the white Afrikaner, which is just. But I think it is just called Zulu, right? And there's always playing music of Sublime. Yes, true. didn't know you streamed yesterday. Yes, I streamed yesterday. I streamed a little later than I usually do. Like today, actually, I'm streaming a little later than I usually do. But that was because I wanted to talk about the Iraq War and also the forceful expulsion of 2 million Mexicans from the country that happened in the 30s. Shakespeare, the one from 1964, I think so. Like, I just remember that there's a guy that he has, I forget what this facial hairstyle is for, where it's like, gosh, I should know it, where it's like the mustache, but no beard right here, right? And it's like famous. It's like, because they like are willing to sacrifice their, blah, 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 right?
Of little snapshots like this from history, since by looking at tiny details from earlier eras, you can see how vastly different their lives were. An example of this sort of principle is how Chinese women in the 19th century would beg to have their daughters' feet broken to make them more attractive.
Okay, I hate that he brings this up because this was not as widespread a practice as you should add PaxTube to your bad history list. I'm literally going to write that down because I have never heard of that person. So the pencil stash, no, the one where it's like mutton chops, I guess, right? Like, oh no, not PaxTube. Are they really bad? Crusader apologize? I don't know, because like there's another really, really bad history channel, but I'm talking about like they do apologia for the Third Reich, so I can't do that one. You know what I mean? That's a little too far gone for me. Yeah, mutton chops joined the mustache. Right. It was a big thing with nobles who are usually one. Yeah, the mutton chops, right. To give you an example, you should expect his channel, The Crusaders, are much cooler than you think. You know, it's interesting. Ilan Pape says in his book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, how the reason why he knows that the state of Israel will eventually fall apart is because it's functioning under the same logic as, for example, the Crusades, right? Conquer this territory and try to keep it homogeneous within, right, and keep everything without, and that doesn't work. Right, that doesn't work with the Boers in South Africa. That did not work for the Crusaders, right? Yeah, that is the Zoomer, right? Zoomer historian. That's the person I'm talking about. Do not go to their channel. Please do not go to his channel. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even have said his name. That's my. He has 10 hours of Hitler biography. Yeah, and he published like a 7-hour documentary of Benito Mussolini. So, there's that. But yeah, it's, I mean, if WhatIfAltHist says this person is too far gone, right? Like as a right winger, that person is very far gone. Like you didn't even see the train when it came by because it's gone.
Seeing this toy soldier set nearly a year and a half ago set up a mental chain of logic that's
It's really bad. Yeah, it's not funny. Like, that's the thing. It's like it's not something funny to watch, right? Like seeing WhatIfAltHist try to sort of try to do a sort of historiography, right? Can be right worth watching, right? Because it shows me a lot of issues that even my own students have when it comes to writing their essays on historical topics, right? But one thing that is different is that, again, like, I know that even he sees himself as like not being that far gone. So a mental chain of logic. No.
Been battling around my head ever since.
I am not saying, however, that I teach classes full of Ruddyards. I'm just saying that certain particular things that Rudyard does are common things that people do when it comes to history. So
society gotten so culturally illiterate. Speaking of illiterate, to get to the second point, there was a study that came out about a year ago that 2/3 of fourth grade...
This is not a study. It literally says opinion right there. I saved you all of the trouble, Rudyard. It literally says opinion. And because you don't provide... Could you handle Rudyard as a student? I mean, I've made, well, the difference is Rudyard has had years and years and years of doing this, right? Where it's different when when there's like a young student, right, who kind of has these ideas, right, like in a more embryonic stage, and you have to deal with that, right? You like he's anti going to college, right? So you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't deal with him. But there are people that kind of, don't want history to be a hermeneutical process, that don't want it to be questioning, challenging, right? They want it to be, can I memorize these facts and then, right, like regurgitate them on the test? Which is why I don't give tests, because I don't like doing that. I don't want that. I have went on incognito mode, and when I clicked on the homepage on that tab, it got flooded. Oh, yeah. I mean, he literally has year per year, videos about that guy. So, hello, Zedzier. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't believe that it's that bad. 2/3 is too much. IDK, if education is compulsory in the United States, it is compulsory. If you don't go, they will call CPS on your parents. And they will place you in the foster care system if your parents don't send you to school. Like they literally will send you warnings to your parents and such. So it is mandatory. And in fact, that's actually one of the things that people have said, like, and again, I'm being very wary on how I'm wording this, right? So just consider this, right? One of the things that people have often said is a sort of success, and I'm not saying that what happens in the school is the success, but the fact that every child in the United States, more or less, has the option of has access to education, and there are things in place that can also, take them to the place of education, right? It doesn't always work, I know, because I used to live within where I live, if you fail twice school, you can refuse to go, just go to exams. No, that's not. Now, if you emancipate yourself, then you can decide not to go, because you can work after a certain, but it's a whole legal process. Hello, Quack, welcome in. A lot of folks want simplicity. Right, exactly, they want simplicity. Yeah, I was in a class last year with a Western chauvinist. It was very right. I mean, I forgot he doesn't believe in school anymore. Right, exactly. Like there are people who, again, they have never had their worldview challenged, and when it's something like intro to the principles of history or whatever, I don't know. I'm just making up a random class name. But one of the things that they kind of like have to grapple with is the fact that no, actually, you can't just assert this thing because this thing, right? Like you can't do the appeal to tradition. You can't you can't do this, you can't do that, right? And so it's instead, right, we need to complicate this further, right? And that's something I've said on stream, right? Like that's my thing. Like I like to complicate the history all the time, right?
Americans, or for foreigners, people around age 10, are functionally illiterate. As a caveat, the definition...
Bro, don't even say foreigners. Like, what? Who says that? Like, that's just disgusting. Especially after what we talked about yesterday. Just don't.
Of functionally illiterate matters a good amount here, where I don't think it's the same thing in America as the Congo, where these kids would probably be fine. And I also think a decent amount of this was COVID, which messed up education.
Hold up. To compare the United States and the Democratic Republic of Congo is not only just bad, just like on so many levels, but again, this is a lack of material analysis. There is a huge material difference between a colonized and imperialized country that literally had a genocide perpetrated against it, right? Like literally it's included in the 19th century Holocaust book, which is often a good, like, I mean, if you want to read something from genocide studies that's a bit more approachable, right, as opposed to like something super academic, right, like Zygmunt Bauman. That's somewhere you could start. But again, it's not the cheeriest topic, right? So you could do that, right? But you also have what's currently ongoing, right? So to say that, oh, well, that's okay over there, I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know, right? It's saying that the over there, right, is to be seen as less than, right? It's othering it, and also saying that regardless of the material conditions, whatever the fault in education is here is okay there, right? And that doesn't make any sense. He's literally from Mexico. No. He's not from Mexico. He lived in Mexico once in his life. Once. And he didn't learn Spanish. He lived in Mexico but didn't learn Spanish. He says that he can speak French. So, okay, see you later, Sasha. Have a good class.
It's difficult to motivate elementary school students to study hard when they're staring at a screen with all the distractions of home.
Yeah, also, elementary students are not doing calculus. Like, I don't know why, or even
around them. Furthermore, I've heard that this is true anecdotally. I've heard college professors say that...
Anecdotally. I mean, I could bring up an anecdote that, oh, well, I once met a professor that said that, oh, you know, like, he's that famous professor that, oh, you know, up until he was at his 90s at UCLA, he would just throw papers, and wherever you landed on the stairwell was your grade. He didn't read them. He didn't feel the need to. Does that mean that that's okay? No, that's not okay. Just because someone did it, just because it was seen as, oh, that's a cool thing to do by some people, doesn't mean it's okay. Were his parents? No, his parents are not from Mexico. In Yugoslavia, high school was not compulsory, and high school was quite hard. You can fail quite easily. When I was in school, you pretty much know who are failing because they are less than 10. My dad had to study quite a lot compared to me. School really went downhill. Well, yeah, I mean, after the fall of the Soviet Union and after the fall of Yugoslavia, right, the breakup of Yugoslavia, like, then you begin to see, I mean, for some reasons that I would hope that people would consider to be at least understandable, right? Maybe perhaps not obvious, but understandable, right? Because of what happened, right? But also, honestly, the idea of the child prodigy blinds us from the average life most people live. Well, yeah, that is true. Like, there are people that think that they are great and again, there are autodidacts, right? Like Baudrillard, right? The famous critical theorist, right? That wrote, you know, Simulacra and Simulation, right? Blah, 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 right? Symbolic Exchange and Death, etc., 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 right? A System of Objects. And America. Is that he did not go to university, but he had the pertinent experience, as it were, on the ground, right, as a philosopher. Like, he didn't just, like, not do anything, right? He actively was in philosophical circles, right? He actively was writing. He actively was, you know what I mean, challenging the ideas of other people, which is different, you know. But there are people that kind of have this idea of, like, kind of like you're saying, like the child prodigy, but that's also because we're brought up to believe that, like, on some level, right, that like, I've always found it to be as a way of kind of like discriminating by other means, right? That is to say, like, they will have the GATE program, right, in LA, the Gifted and Talented Education, and they will, like, if you look at the classes, even if you have people that are relatively doing quite well, they will still be overwhelmingly white. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the issues with a lot of those things. So it's just another way to extend the discrimination, right? So there's that too. At the moment, China and East Asia in general probably have one of the most competitive. Yeah, I have heard that it's actually very unhealthy. I mean, to the point where, because it's make it or literally you break it. Like, you either get into Seoul University, or essentially your life, quote unquote, is ruined, because of the high expectations. Um, it means that there are so many people that literally just give up on and everything if they don't get into that school. Uh, Shakespeare is banning your cram school unless you give a kickback of $5.99 or free with Twitch Prime. That's right. If you'd like to get out of the 3-minute ad break that happens every hour, do make sure to subscribe on Twitch. Thank you for that, Philippe. So yeah, for sure, it's not good. It's not good. Like, in Mexico, we have primaria, secundaria, right? Those two are mandatory, and that essentially has you graduating at about the age of 16, more or less. Then, if you want to go on to university, typically, right, you would go to what is called preparatoria, right? Which, I mean, literally translates to preparatory, right? But it's not a prep school in the way how people imagine it in the United States. It's just like in fact, one of the preparatorias that I was going to go to when I still lived in Mexico was like very difficult to get into. Like, the one that I wanted to get into is like, you go from there to the UNAM in the capital, right? But I didn't go to it. That is to say, not that I would have gone, right? I'm not saying that, oh, I had everything. It's that would have been the plan, right? Like, that would have been what you do had I gone there, right? I would have had to study, take the exams, do all of the stuff, so that then I could get accepted at that university. Here we have 9 grades, elementary, and 4 years of high school. Yeah, we have, in Mexico, it's 6 years of primary school, and then 4 years of secondary school, and then the last 2 would be essentially your junior and senior year in high school in America. Honestly, it's a little sad how social expectations play a role into this. How could you live a life where you sustain yourself, but then you aren't big? You want to be big and have lots of money, right? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that is a huge incentive, right? I mean, it's the same thing with people that go try to get PhDs, right? I know once it coincided that I said, you don't get a PhD for the money. And then, someone had sponsored the book at that moment. Sponsored a book at that moment, so it had the cha-ching sound. But in reality, that's the thing. Like, you're not guaranteed a stable job. You're not really guaranteed a job at all. In fact, you're going to be told, chances are you're not going to get a job. Like, oh, you might have to apply to 300 jobs, and they're all going to say no before someone says, we will interview you. Just interview you, right? Not even have you on campus, have you, do all the schlep that you have to do, right? So, it's not, and again, and it's very competitive, right? It's still competitive, to get into PhD programs, but that doesn't mean that it makes it easier for you on the other side, right? Once it's done. And so, yeah, right, like, you obviously want to be able to make a living for yourself. But I know many people who, adjunct at multiple institutions, right? Like, at like 2 community colleges, a university, and like a liberal arts school. And they do that to make ends meet, right? And they're a PhD, and they're, eminent scholar in their own field, but they have to, focus on teaching because that's where you get paid, right? So, yeah, it's very competitive, and it leads to a lot of burnout. I mean, that just is the truth.
The new batch of kids is just stupider than the previous ones. I'll visit colleges and see the new classes are more anxious, less knowledgeable, less skilled, literate, and more than the generation before.
How does he know this? Like, this is just so weird to be like, they're more anxious. Well, I don't know. Like when the economy is like crumbling around you, right? At the moment, the market for software engineering is so bad, you're required to have 2 years experience for a junior position. Oh, wow. That's crazy. 2 years ago, there were graduate programs. Yeah. No, I mean, like, for history departments, right? Like, um, history departments, it's like, unless you're going to, like, like, if you're going to be an academic, just know that if you do the tenure track, you are going to be stressed out for years and years and years, and you will be told that, like, you need to take, like, gigs sort of as a way to work up to the job that you actually want. The problem is that even then that's not guaranteed, right? So this is why saying that, like, oh, the new cohort of students is XYZ, it's like, well, everything is more precarious now, right? Like, it's not as though having a college degree in anything, right, even things that are supposedly, right, wanted, um, does anything, right? Because there are so many other things that are happening, right? So, are they dumber, or is society just smarter? Like a good number of people who know how to find information now. If it used to be all you knew was throw stuff and carry stuff. Well, I mean, another thing too is that we've shifted from one type of an economy, a Fordist economy, right, that existed up until essentially the 60s, into a neoliberal one. And now we're sort of seeing the, sort of the end game of that. And so, everything is precarious, right? That's what they want because they believe that equals competition. But, is that worth it, right? Is it worth making everything so competitive and at the same time cannibalizing the institutions themselves, like particularly public universities, right? To where, you have people that are not going to donate, that are not going to, what do the donors want? What do the trustee wants? What does the blah, blah, blah? You know what I mean? Like, then it becomes an issue. I'm trying to get something with Spring Boot and... Okay, interesting.
These changes are happening so fast that it's difficult to study them, and ironically, they probably won't be studied seriously ever, given that people who do study this sort of thing, namely universities, will look very bad for studying them. However, this appears to...
What? What are you talking about? Like, if there is something... If there is a question out there, especially something sociological, something like of any magnitude, like this, right? Like of what he's describing. Also, universities, as such, don't do the research, right? Like, that's a weird thing to. I mean, I understand what he's saying, that professors at universities, scholars at universities, are the ones who tend to do that. But technically, that's not the only place that does that, right? Because you have, private institutions, right, like research libraries, etc., that do, or even like Fulbright, right, where it's like it's a government it's a government program where you get to go, do research in your field in another country, right? It doesn't require you to have to be an academic, right? Like, it's not just academics that do research, right? So, I mean, it's kind of strange to put it this way because it's kind of one of those anti-intellectual, anti-expertise quips, right? That, like, universities this is what this is what they won't tell you, like that's what he's doing, right? How did he go from the Berbers to universities? I have no idea, because we're literally 3 minutes in and we went from talking about the Barbary Wars to universities studying questions that they don't even make sense. But yes, if you'd like to help me out, you can always do so on my Linktree. Otherwise, you can also go help me out on the different places there. My Cash App, Venmo, Throne, Patreon, Substack. Always nice. But of course, you can always help by helping sponsor a book at Throne. So,
me to be a really obvious issue that we need to tackle and think seriously about as a society. This is a video to try to figure out what's gone wrong with the American educational system. It's just going to focus here upon primary or grade schools, and I'm going to deal with colleges and universities in a future video. I was originally going to write about both, but this video is already too long as is. The fundamental question of this video is...
Wait, then why even bring up universities then? Like, okay, we're going to talk about K through 12 or K through whatever. I mean, this is just going to be like, oh, they're teaching them the woke stuff at the grade school, you know? Like, I wonder how do so many people watch his 30, 50 minutes of word salad. I honestly don't know. I'm pretty sure it's all non sequitur. That's how. Well, yeah, of course. He's a former Quaker from Pennsylvania. That's correct. And do make sure on YouTube to like and subscribe if you'd like to.
Why is the American educational system so expensive, biased, ineffective, and disliked by the population? The answers cover a surprising range of history, anthropology, philosophy, game theory, and biology. Let's tackle a topic that I...
Hold up. Game theory and plus biology? Oh no, honey. I already know where this is going.
...know we've all dealt with personally.
Oh, God.
Get a career, and while that's great and all, but a variety of different on, it's and people tend to have very defensive reactions when I say that we in the Western world are less educated and intelligent than our ancestors. Our current age of history...
That is literally just not true. That just is not true. Like, we know this, right? We know this. Like, the amount of stuff that people know now, even just like on a general basis, is far, far more than someone in the 18th century or the 17th century, you know, even during the global Middle Ages, right? Like this is a weird stagist view of history, but it's also one that does the like, and I've actually seen, interestingly enough, religious extremists say that we think, and again, this is me speaking as, trying to discuss their arguments, is like they say we believe that like Abraham, Isaac, Rachel, etc., Leah, right? That like they were more intelligent than we are, right? That like they were more clever than us. So if we can get to however they were, right? That is a superior, whatever, blah, 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 right? I know what radiation is. Did Leonardo da Vinci? I think not, right? Again, and it's not even about like just factoids and stuff like that, right? It's also a thing of like different forms of awareness, right? Like we are aware, right, that more people are aware that there is a whole planet, right? In a way that kind of doesn't really have a precedent in history, right? Where, yes, people knew that they lived on the planet Earth, right? But to understand, like, conceptually, right, where they are on that planet, how other forces affect those places, right, was not the norm. So, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Has an enormous superiority complex where we imagine every other era of history to be idiots that we have nothing to learn from. You see this in...
You see this in bad history, right? This is why this is bad history. It's bad history and old historiography that has been, I don't want to say debunked because that's not quite, but that has been shown to not be accurate, right? That showed that like that the quote unquote dark ages weren't dark, quote unquote, right? That there was the 12th century, the Renaissance of the 12th century, right? That there were all of these things even in Europe. But the only way you can say this, right, is from a view of a West European, like Western Europe, right, centric worldview, right? That like people in this secular Western society think that everything that came before it was less than, which that's not actually how, for example, historians would look at this. So
in how our society rejects history or tradition, since we are clearly so superior.
see, history or tradition. But okay, this is that just doesn't even make sense. How do you reject history on one hand? Like, I kind of get what he's trying to get at, right? He's trying to say that, like, the Whig view of history, right? That the world is always progressing along this path of, of amelioration as time goes by, right? That people don't want to think of that because, or people don't want to consider that because it also is one that privileges Western Europe as well, right? That, like, there's something unique about Western Europe that makes it blah, 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 right? Whereas we understand now that that's not the case, right? That, like, I mean, I can bring up Eric Williams's book, Capitalism and Slavery. Like, nothing of Europe from the 16th all the way to the 19th century, all of that, all of the architecture, all of the, political movements, all of the philosophical movements, everything was all, and, everything else, right? All of the countries was financed by the super profits made on the backs of enslaved people, right? So that's to, again, remove that from history. He's actually rejecting history by doing that, right? Because he wants history to be a compendium, right? Like, oh, there's one version and that's it. And that's not how that works. And as for tradition, every single time someone says that they want to return with the V, right? Return, right, to tradition, they literally begin to describe 19th century British folkways. That's it. They actually don't know what tradition is, because they think that what is the most known folkways of the world, the 19th century British ones, are somehow traditional, and they aren't, right? They resemble nothing what came previous to it, right? So not before, but in between, indeed. Renaissance, the name is because emerging out of Christian theocratic feudalism. I mean, even then, right, there are people that would say, like, is it insofar as, well, anyway, I'm not going to get into that right now. Like, I definitely understand what you're saying. In the 20th century, when people got a chance for the first chance to read, the parents and grandparents were so happy for their children because they could read and learn way more things than they could ever imagine. Exactly. I mean, this is the reason why there is also this idea, because when teaching enslaved people in the United States to read, right? Particularly after the Nat Turner Rebellion, right? Like you have someone like Frederick Douglass that essentially found a way to, like, and he calls them his stratagems, which I love, to essentially, like, taunt, the white kid to say, I bet you can't spell this word, right? And then the kid would be like, yes, I know how to spell that word, right? And then, he would tell him, well, why don't you write it down with this piece of chalk, right? And so the dude would, right? The white dude would. And then he would learn that word, right? So for him, learning how to read was an active process, right? Something he had to do because of the law making it illegal for him to read, right? And that included the Bible as well. So, again, because of Nat Turner in particular. But, yeah, I mean, and the reason why I bring that up is because there is this thing in African American studies, or Black/Africana studies, that talks about, like, the trope of, or not even the trope, but it's like the idea of, like, the magical book, right? That because people have been systematically deprived of the ability to read, right, that then books and reading and writing become something, magical, so to speak, right? Learning as an act of defiance has a lot of historical echoes. Indeed it does, right? because that's always one of the things, like him denigrating the school system heretofore, right, is him just repeating the talking points that Trump does, that Ron DeSantis does. You know what I mean? It's like he's just doing it in a slightly different way. The darkening age, the Christian destruction of the... Oh, Nixie. Oh, okay. Yes, Interesting.
That none of the lessons of our ancestors could ever be useful. Thus, the idea that we have in fact become less educated or intelligent is...
Yeah, chattel slavery is not useful. I think we can agree on that. I hope we can agree on that, right? The colonization and the settler colonies of, settler colonialism as such, that is not a thing we need to keep. That is a bad thing, right? That is something that is abhorrent, and should be reviled. But.
A direct affront to our entire self-conception as a culture.
Oh, hi Omega Star. Welcome in.
My reply to this...
Okay, sorry. I'm going to read it out just because I know he's going to read it out too, but I love this question so much because of its falsifiability and a direction for the conversation. What evidence would you need to see to be able to change your mind? Okay, this dude is... Okay, Rudyard, you're literally trying to pretend that you're Steven Crowder. This is just a rewording of the blank is this, change my mind. That's literally what you're saying here. Like, that's what this question essentially is. Because there is no amount of evidence that would ever be able to change your mind. Right? Because there already is insurmountable evidence to the contrary of your position. And yet, dos is dos, we're here, right? So... yeah, bad colonialist bad, right? The British lost their tradition with the rejection of Catholicism. I mean...
is one of my favorite questions ever, which is, what evidence...
No, but he's doing the, like, like, the Middle Ages were based on Crusader pill, change my mind. You can't. That's not how that works, right? We know that, like, by doing so, right, that is literally already begging the question, right, which is a logical fallacy anyway, but regardless, right, there is also the fact that, again, you can present all of the evidence that you have, for example, when it comes to people who are Holocaust deniers. There is so much evidence, right, for all of their conspiracy theories and lies to be proven untrue. But even when someone like David Irving was served that, right, in a trial he brought to the High Court of Justice in London, right, against Deborah Lipstadt, even then he still is like, I don't believe it, right? It's part of some conspiracy. You know what I mean? Like, there is nothing that will make him change his mind, right? Especially when there is already a conspiratorial element, which he's already noted, and we know from his previous videos, that already exists within this, right? So that's why asking this is like, there's no amount of evidence that could ever be produced, because you could give 1,000 studies that say what you're saying is wrong, but if he gets one study that says he's correct, he's going to run with that study and say, see, I was correct. You know? And Catholics should be... well, you know, it's funny. There actually is no original strain of Christianity. I know people like to think that the Orthodox Church is the older one, but actually they all stem from the Constantine, right? Like from the Council of Nicaea, etc., right? The differences that happened after the fact are one thing, but all the strains that existed prior, there is no, like, one that goes all the way back to Pentecost, so to speak, right? Cancel culture, you can't even question it, right? Holocaust is the... Yeah,
would you need to see to change your mind that our time of history is less intelligent than the past. There are a bunch of pieces of evidence that fit together which lead me to believe that the conclusion that we've dumbed down as a society is, in my opinion, irrefutable. Let me start on an intuitive basis.
Oh no, he's bringing up these things again. Every time I see the books that he reads, I'm just like, honestly, just, bro, stop reading stuff from before 1965, please. Like, there is so much good scholarship, actual scholarship for one. Like I wouldn't read, like, the reason why, for example, there are new biographies on this person or that person is not because, like, oh, there's, oh, they found this lascivious detail, but it's because, like, more things become discovered that they did, right? Like, we didn't know that Emperor Constantine the 17th, right, did this and this and this, right? So, like, looking at this, it's like, okay, fine, but Inside Africa by John Gunther, all of his inside blank, not good. The Renaissance, that book, by Will Durant, if I'm pronouncing the surname correctly, that one is so outdated that, like, it even postulates the, like, if Shakespeare wasn't real, right? Which is like, there are very few people of that time period, of the late 16th and early 17th century, of whom we know more about than Shakespeare. Like, we know when he was born, we know when he passed, we know the name of his children, we know the properties that he owned, even the investment one, etc., etc. Ben Jonson, who wrote the famous, he knew little Latin but less Greek, right? The epitaph on the folio, right? The famous folio that came out posthumously after Shakespeare's death. We don't even know where he lived or how many kids he had, and he was as famous of a playwright as Shakespeare at the time. We don't know how many kids he had. We know how many Shakespeare had. We know he had Hamnet, for example. But, unironically, wait. If you know IDK, if you know Midwestern Marx folks, oh yeah, I know of them. I know that they started their weird party thing, Decline of the West. Oh yeah, Oswald Spengler can just go, I don't know, he can go far in a phone booth. Okay. The only reason the West is declining is because of lack of seasoning. I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. Unironically, the food is so bland they pump it full of preservatives. Like, the fact that people were, someone, I think it was because of Trump working, quote unquote, at McDonald's, right? Someone said that, like, with all the chemicals that you eat, right, that you consume, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have heard people discuss this before, but I've never looked into it personally. He manned the fryer for 5 minutes. Right. And I mean, it was all staged, right? Like we know it was all staged because like no money was exchanged. No, like there was no, like, countdown of time as actually happens. Cause like I heard very little beeping, and I'm like, if you've ever been inside of a McDonald's, even as a customer, right? They have a lot of beeping in a McDonald's. I'm telling you right now, a lot of beeping to where you begin to think that, like, you're almost being called to do something. But yeah, Oswald Spengler, same thing with René Guénon, same thing with Julius Evola, just, the only reason the West is were all those books even very relevant or credible? A lot of them aren't. A lot of them are literally like art why do I want to say art house books? They're literally like from vanity presses, right? Like, they're not from scholarly things, right? They're from some, like, oh, like Oswald Spengler is not from like the University of Tübingen or something. It's from like, uh, like Günther Goethe Damerung, Bucherei, Verlag, right? Like some random dude, right? Um, yeah, Secret Service had to lock that shit down too, right? I mean, again, they have to do it, right? I mean, so like, yeah, I know people have a lot of mixed feelings about Anne Applebaum. I know some people that would voraciously defend her, right? Um, Even when the work that she's like that see everything she's ever written as historiography, when there are clearly times that she's not writing historiography, right? OMG, I'm right. Wait, is that green book titled? Yes, the story of the Irish race. Yes. Again, it's 19th century BS. Um, he only seeks information that supports what he thinks, right? Which is not how you conduct research, right? This is bad research. Like, if you already have a point and you're just gonna look for evidence that proves your point, that immediate F. Start all over, right? You do not know how to do research. That's not what you do. That which is hateful unto you, do not do unto your neighbor. That is the whole Torah, Rabbi Hillel. Yes, and indeed, um, Rabbi Hillel and even his son Gamaliel, or Gamaliel, are mentioned by who are seen as like people who contributed to like what is the Mishnah and part of the Talmud, right? Are mentioned by Jesus. So we know that Jesus was not only a Pharisee, but that he knew the people who later were codified in print such things in the Talmud. So, like the people that like to make this distinction between types of Jews, right? Dang, what if alt hist losing aura points out here? Sorry,
history books from different eras of history as part of my research.
Oh, Gunta Huzi, what's it? Oh, I said that, I don't know what the press is, but like the press is just like some dude's bookshop press, right? Like bookshops would often have like their own presses, right? But it was a vanity press. Like it was, like it's not as though it came from some university, for Oswald Spengler. So I just made up a name, right? I made up a name that was like, Heinrich Gunther, Goethe Damerung, and, Bucherei Verlag, just me saying lots of German words.
I think every era of history has certain biases, and it's important to be aware of our era's biases.
Yeah, like yours. Like that it defers to cishet white men way too much. Way too much. One of the things that really disappointed me is that I'm becoming a YouTube public intellectual. Who told you that? Who told you that? Is there like a sign-up sheet or something? Like, I don't know, like I don't know, like was there like a calendar invite sent out for like a meeting or something? Like, when was the YouTube public intellectual meeting, right, decided, right? Like, I don't remember having to bring out, whip out Robert's Rules of Order for, Random Dude Press. Yes, indeed, Random Dude Press. So. Ah, I see. Oh, yeah, Rob, I've seen the cabin. Before it closed down, I actually went to the museum, right, in Washington, D.C., and I went inside the cabin. He built it under very specific mathematical, so that way the snowfall would always, happen, and so would the rain. so that way they would be less, anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into the whole how he built his cabin, but yeah, I see that knife that he has, the Khaybar knife. Laissez-moi voir, alors, seulement un moment. Bien. Voilà. So, all I have to say is,
You what?
I don't think that you're a public intellectual of anything, but if apparently you are, then we got some problems.
By reading older books.
Has anyone ever referred to him as an intellectual? No, the only thing I've ever seen him be referred to as is a historian, which I'm like, hold up. Like, show me where, right? Like, show me where. Because there are historians that did not have to necessarily go get a PhD in it, right? However, I'm like, wait, hold up. Like, hold your horses. Like, 1 second. When did you ever contribute to any scholarly discussion, right? To the critical conversation of the state of the field? Literally never. It's always a complaint, right? It's not actually engaging with the critical scholarship of the moment. Like Grover Furr. Well, I mean, he literally publishes at a press that publishes like Holocaust denial stuff, so,
Through this, you can read different perspectives. On a purely intuitive basis, I would say that the best history writing was sometime around World War II. This was when a very
No, it was not. It was not. Like, look, after World War I, there were revisionist historians, right? And there is a difference because Holocaust deniers tried to use the title of and there were two revisionist historians that did in some way contribute to Holocaust denial literature, so to speak, right? But the revisionist school that happened after World War I, right, was a critical school that wanted to revise, right, the way in which they saw the lead up to, right, and the history of the First World War, right, by questioning, right, the false justifications for why America needed to join the war, why other countries wanted to join the war, how, like, a lot of people don't even know that Germany was willing to do a ceasefire, was like willing to end the, not even have the war, like a lot of people don't know that, right? Because they know the history that is usually taught. That revisionist historical period was. They were revisionist historians. After World War II, you get revisionist historians, but the thing they want to be revisionist about is about the Nazis, right? Like, that's the problem, is they want to exonerate the Nazi Germany. That's the problem. So contribution is communism. I mean, purely intuitive basis is right. Like, so cabins are fun. It's nice to have occasional adventure. This is one of the best times of the year. Yes, I wish that I could go to a cabin, but they're quite expensive. Like, to go to like Big Bear or something right now.
Portion amount of the authors that I respect the most, whether Amaury de Riencourt, William McNeill, Carol Quigley.
Like, literally, like, one, The Soul of India. Oh no. Boy Meets Minnie. Oh no, this book right here. This book by John Gunta? No. Age of Faith, Will Durant? No. The Story of the Americas? No. The Decline of the West and then the Rise of the West right next to one another? No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Where are the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Or the, like, the, Crema, 1, 2, and 3, they actually were for, do not go, do not pass, go, do not collect $200, right? Um, you know, again, like I said, the tree of culture. This one though, this one is like something about it. I'm just like I'm remembering something from reading an article that talked about this book because it gets something really wrong. Like I forget what it was, but anyway, I don't think I need to.
J.F.C. Fuller, Ralph Linton, Will Durant, or Winston Churchill were writing. That era is one where it can combine the sweeping generalizations of the Victorian period, where they do stuff like talk about Oriental despotism and degeneracy, or the Roman Empire rising and falling due to its collapse in manly vigor.
Bro, that's what you do. That's literally what you do. Even the manly vigor part, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Directly to jail, these book choices are... You shall pay for thy crimes. No. Imagine thinking Churchill was a great writer. Yeah. Writing about himself. Like, yes, manly vigor. Oh, we know we're in older times. Right. I'm trying to think like, vigor masculinis, just masculinitorum, like.
With the autistic data focus and obsession with minutia that characterizes the post-World War II philosophy of history.
Wait, but you just said that the best historians were... One, please stop using that term as an insult. Just stop. Just please stop. Like, as someone who's on the spectrum, that's just... Why? There were other... You do not have to say that word. There are an endless amount of words, like fastidiousness, right? You don't have to say things like that.
For a single generation around World War II, you were able to combine both, and I think you got what could be the best history writing in the history of the world from it.
No, you didn't, because it was all literally white guys in either England or the Ivy Leagues of America. No, this was not good history. In fact, so much. Imagine reading about semiconductors from 1960s books beyond being curious how it was taught. I mean, I don't even know, because I remember when you wanted to print something, right? You had to put in a card, right? Like a punch card, and put it in. And then you would have to wait an hour. Because then it would start, it would start making the noises. And then it would be like one piece of paper would come out, and then two pieces of it, it would take a while. Usually people would go eat lunch around that time. So, I mean, and again, even the coding to do the mission in 1969, right? To get to space, right? Yeah. If you made a mistake, you'd start over. I mean, I remember people that when they wrote their dissertations, they had to write it with the carbon paper on their typewriters, right? They had to write it double. And then they had to put one copy in one place and one copy in the refrigerator in case there was a fire. Not even joking. Because, again, there were only two copies, So, yeah, times have changed. And I think that, we should appreciate that.
However, there are a couple things that strike me about this. The first is I don't think a lot of people will be physically capable of reading older history books.
What does that even mean, bro? I don't know. All I'm saying is, Rudyard needs to go to some place, because he needs to be sat right before a judge, and that's right. He needs to be judged. I wonder why handwriting. I mean, I remember people that would tell me that when they would take their notes, they would do it in there's different kinds of shorthand, but I can't remember the one that they would use. But that was their side gig when they were in university, right? Doing their PhD was literally stenography and such, right? And I thought it was a compliment. I always see well, it's not a compliment, right? How he used it was not a compliment, right? He's trying to say that there is some compulsion, right, or some obsession, right, with things that he finds to be unimportant, right? That's not a positive statement, right? That's him using it to describe something negative, right, about the historians he does not like, right? So my dad used to have that kind of thing at a uni, and a regular computer in the 1980s was my grandfather's 4 salaries wasn't even top of the line, right? I mean, like, I've seen like the computers, the ones where they're all one unit, like you can never change the keyboard because it's like built in, right? And it's like right in front of the screen, and you know what I mean, like. Shakespeare, from the reviews I read, The Soul of India is a book where a French person, quote unquote, knows all the culture of India and comes closest to discovering what the soul of India is. Yeah, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I can say that as someone who, again, even with my own interest in studying the history of the subcontinent, right, which is not one of my primary research interests, but as a, in terms of like my scholarship, but like even as someone who has tried to read into, I would never make such a claim, right? That is beyond, like, I mean, I would say that, anybody here would see that that is a false claim, right? Or would at least say that it's an improbable claim, right? And I think, perhaps, and I would defer to Boy Meets Mini here, that Boy Meets Mini would also say that too. Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events. Oh, well, I mean, again, like, I understand that some people may use it in different contexts, but I'm talking about how he used it, right? So I want to be very clear on that. Vosh has the same binary thinking where he where he calls things he arbitrarily doesn't like as morally bad. Yeah, that's one. I mean, there's not even a reason to do that. I mean, again, I don't even watch Vosh or whatever. Like, I really don't. A laptop today would take an entire floor of magnetic tape in the 1970s. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I've seen, like, if you go up to Stanford, for example, they still have the, like, I mean, they still have, it's not working, right? Like, I mean, like, the lights flash, right? But it's not like they actually use its processing power of, like, 287 megabytes, which, back in the day was, like, really fast. But it's like a whole wall of, computing power, so to speak. And you can see it, right? They used to let you, like, press, like, well, not press random buttons, but they used to let you press, like, a certain set of buttons that, like, lets you turn on this or lets you turn on that. But I think they stopped that because, over the years of people pressing the buttons, it causes issues. Quote unquote, the soul of India. Like, what does that even mean? India wasn't a concept until the British Raj. Exactly. Like, the whole, I mean, so many things weren't a concept until Europeans said it was like Latin America, right? No. I live in LA, but I've gone to Stanford before. So, I visited, stayed far as fuck away from the Brookings Institution, that's for sure. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, if the what was I gonna say? So yeah, like, it's a couple miles from here. Oh, from where you are? Oh, nice. Don't give any more information though. Like, it's cool if you wanna, but don't give any more specifics like that. I just noticed I was subscribed on all my other accounts, but not this one. Oh, hello, welcome in, Galactic News Network or Galactic Streamlord. Again, it's just to protect, your privacy. Yeah, he sounds. I mean, maybe that might be the case, but again, I don't want to. I mean, look at the first book here, Our Oriental Heritage. Like, come on, These books, you literally could throw them all out, and you would probably learn more from that, from throwing them out, than going outside and throwing them out, than reading them.
Will Durant. He's one of my favorite authors, and he wrote an 11-volume history of human civilization, which I would
Do not read it. Do not. Like, literally, it's a waste of your time.
highly recommend. I consider myself a decently smart guy, but I struggled.
If you want recommendations for books, please literally just tell me on Discord. Like, literally will send you books off of my bibliographies that I have for different subjects. Like, I'm not even joking. You do not read stuff that's like not only outdated, but has stuff that's just like admittedly like known to be untrue, right? So
read Will Durant. My friends in high school had a game when I was reading Will Durant of find the end of the paragraph. He wrote these 1,000-page history books in incredibly complicated language, topics such as medieval philosophy, art, or lengthy sections on the art and character of the age of Rousseau. The thing is that Will Durant's books were bestsellers. He was famous in his time.
yeah, that's pop history, right? That's not academic historiography. That's another thing too that I've brought up. Again, like, this is a concern for a lot of people, right? Not just necessarily me, but people do notice the difference between a pop history and an academic one, right? Because the standards, right, are far lower, right, when it comes to the verification of evidence, the sources that are used, etc., right? The usage of certain kinds of evidence, right? Also, how they decide to portray, right, any specific historical narrative that they're trying to tell, right? Very different, right? Because they go through a process by way of commercial presses, right? Where they have an editor, et cetera, right? And they might have someone who is a history editor, right? But if they're not a specialist in the field, right, they won't necessarily read it and call out the mistakes or, the points where, there are arguments from like 1701, right?
And lived quite well off purely his book sales. They were widely read and discussed, and an entire generation of American leadership grew up on Will Durant. I hang out with history people all the time, and I don't know any in my generation who tackle Will Durant, since he's so difficult to read. Will Durant would never get published today since he's too difficult.
It's not that he's quote-unquote too difficult. It's, well, one, saying lots of people bought his books, right, is different from saying we know for a fact that people read his books, right? Because, like, there are the famous, books by the yard, right, that I don't know if people know about them, where they're like Harvard classics, right? And they all look the same. They're like all like bound in fake green leather, right? Or there are other ones too that are like the great books of, civilization or whatever, Western civilization, whatever, where people would never read the books, but they would own it so that way they would look, sophisticated, I guess would be one way of putting it. Because I'm looking at it right here, and like, you can't use Gibbon now. Like, you can critique Gibbon, I guess, in a paragraph, maybe a section of an article, unless you're doing the history of the historiography of Rome and then discussing Gibbon, right? But you wouldn't use Gibbon to talk about Rome. Like, that, I mean, even in its own time, it beggars belief. He spends too little time congratulating Athens, not enough time on the Vikings, too many pages. For real, though. I've been binge buying books since October, reevaluating everything to find where we were lied to. I've found some interesting books on local history, too, about the cultural genocides in Oregon and Wisconsin and ethnic cleansing. Yeah, I mean, like, there are so many... Like, again, like, this is why I just tell people, look, you don't have to read, the most, you don't have to read something that is, like, full of jargon and all of that stuff. There are books that are academic, but that are made for a public audience, right? In the same way that when I stream about history, it's for a public audience, right? I'm not going off and going into XYZ, super detailed. Hello, Atticus Among Us again. That sounds like a bad writer. Find the end of the paragraph. I mean, the best way how you could see Will Durant is that it was kind of like almost being paid by the word, right? So he wrote these huge histories, right? But they really are a lot of just fluff, right? Like a lot of it is just stuff that actually isn't germane to the subject, right? It just happens to be there.
This doesn't even get to someone like Edward Gibbon, who wrote around the time of the American Revolution during the 18th century. His 3,000-page The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire is excruciating to read. It's a very well-written book, and my job is to read stuff like this, and I was only able to get 500 pages in.
He says his job is to read this, right? But again, like I just said, if he was, quote-unquote, a historian, right, then he would only be reading this if it was to, again, either discuss the sort of the contexts, right, that existed around the history of the production of that book, right? Historiography of the late 18th century, right? Gibbon's historiography, or the idea of Rome in the late 18th, right? Like even right now, I can make up, like titles of like articles, right? I mean, in the sense that like I can think of things you could actually look up, right? Things you could actually research from this. But just reading this, a primary source, does not tell you anything about Rome, right? In fact, you will like the pop history book SQPR, right? SPQR, pardon me, Senatus Populusque Romanus, by Mary Beard, which is a pop history book, but she is a very important scholar on Rome, right? That is just one single volume, will probably teach you more than all of Gibbon's stuff, right? Because the sources he uses are late 18th, early 18th, and late 16th century sources, right? Which themselves are commenting on, right, like Plutarch, Plutarch's Lives, Livy, etc., blah, blah, blah. So again, it wouldn't be worthwhile to read all of Gibbon if you want to learn about Rome. It would be worthwhile to read Gibbon if you want to know about how people thought about Rome in the late 18th century.
However, those books were bestsellers, and if you read old biographies and novels...
Bestsellers means nothing. I mean, again, at the time they were published by, like, there were no university presses as such, I suppose one could argue. But still, like, this is besides the point, right? That in actuality, I mean, even here, right, he's like quoting Montesquieu, right, which makes sense in the time that he's writing this. But we also know that, like Montesquieu, right, we don't use his l'esprit des lois, right, the spirit of the law, right, to tell us how to go about thinking about jurisprudence now, right?
From previous eras, lots of people read Gibbon. I have a book named Bulfinch's Mythology, which was a
oh no, this is
19th century anthology of mythology, which was written so that nouveau riche Americans would know the references to classical mythology that they would commonly see in art, plays, or casual conversation. There are loads of asides in the book where he says, "I'm sure we've all heard the story of Cadmus or Narcissus in casual conversation." It's so apparent in the book that these sorts of classical references were things people talked about on a daily basis. Reading...
I don't know about a daily basis, but I mean, 10 Rules for Life was also a bestseller, right? I mean, technically, Jared Kushner's book was a bestseller. Why? Because before the book even came out, was a New York Times bestseller, right? Because before the book even came out, someone bought all 1,000 copies of the first run of the book. Someone must really like to read Jared Kushner. Just saying. So, because it's just based on units sold. That's really it. I mean, it doesn't tell us. But again, like, when he's saying in casual conversation, again, people perhaps, like, kind of like now, for example, where there are, as it were, memes that people will refer to, right? Like, oh, the, cut Krusty Krab pizza, right? I'm obviously not trying to equate, right, Orpheus and Eurydice to the cut Krusty Krab pizza song, but, or maybe I am. I don't know. It depends. It depends what type of mood I am in. But, hello, PB. Bullfinch sounds like a fake name. Well, a lot of these anthologies, like, I mean, there was also, by Charles and Mary Lamb, there was, like, stories from Shakespeare, right? And it, like, a lot of people know the stories from that as opposed to what actually was in Shakespeare. Which, I mean, and Shakespeare's plays, it's drama. It's not like, you can go watch it. You know what I mean? Like, it's, anyway. In the sense that, like, but anyway, but the whole point was to tell the Shakespearean stories to children, right? Like Romeo and Juliet, right? King Lear, etc. But, like, whatever they determined was the moral of the story is what is told, right? Even where we know it's not necessarily correct. Also, by the way, if you'd like to help me with my research, you can always do so by supporting me here on Throne. Currently trying to fund this book here on the history of La Migra, on the Border Patrol, and its effects on U.S. history of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Elizabeth Gaskell's book, North and South, which was written during the time of the American Civil War, but set in Britain, they talk about how a nouveau riche person had to cram knowledge of the classics and history to be seen as socially acceptable.
Yeah, that's literally elitism, right? Like, at the time when people went to, to Eton or Harrow or Rugby, right? These boarding schools, and also the ones that exist, in the United States, that are also boarding schools, right? Only for boys, right? Where, you live there, right? It's a boarding school, obviously. You live there. You only come back home for the holidays, right? It's all the sons of all the, the Adams and the Washingtons and the Bullfinches, I suppose. What do they learn there? I mean, remember when Harvard first opened, it wasn't like, known for its law school, so to speak. It was known because it was a place. It was a the main thing that they did there was theology. It was like essentially a seminary. So again, like, to be able to attend college meant that you did not have to work, right? And we can see how this assumption, School of Divinity, thank you. And we can see how that assumption that you don't work, right, whilst you're in college, still persists to this day, right? That, like, oh, if you work whilst in school, right, you will not attain whatever they think the full blah blah blah, right? All of that stuff. But what did they tend to learn, right? Even when it came to something like being like learning just, and you see this at the University of Chicago, you see this at Columbia, right? Where you have to take courses in the great books, right? Which are these things, the classics, right? And that used to be what going to college meant, right? Like what going to university meant, right? It started with the trivium, right? And then they added on the quadrivium, right? And, et cetera, right? So they added specific subjects, right? And then that evolved into what was then called a liberal education, right? Like the liberal arts, right? So that's why, right? Only people that could stay at home right, or did not have to work, right, could just sit around and, I mean, even today, right, like reading is very much a, it's not something that everybody can do at all times, right? If you're not the, the leisure class, right, so to speak. What is the name of this video and channel you're watching, just out of curiosity? It's called WhatIfAltHist. I put the name, or no, I didn't. But it's WhatIfAltHist. I don't know if a mod in YouTube could type it out. Just don't tag him. I don't want to tag him. And then it's the video is "Why Did the School System Fail?" Which even now I'm still like, you're not even preempting the what you're trying to argue. So thank you. Socially acceptable to whom? Right, exactly. He was so learned that he could name a horse in 9 languages, so ignorant that he bought a cow to ride on. It's an interesting quote.
Comedies from the pre-1960s era casually make references to Edward the Confessor, or obscure figures from history, and especially...
Okay, look. Edward the Confessor, okay? Bro, like, you're not British. Yes, you're Anglo, right? You're an Anglo-American. Yes, we know. But even when I was in England, like, because it's more germane to, like if you live in, like Wessex, for example, the area that was once called Wessex, you might hear references to, like, certain kings, right? Like, you might hear, and you also still have a monarchy as well, too. And you also have, an established church, right? The Anglican Church, right? So like, in England, in these British books, they bring up blah blah blah. Well, yeah, but also if you go to England, I mean, they have Michaelmas, Michaelmas term, right? And that's a day that after which, right, you would have, classes, etc., etc. So it's like, yeah, it might not exist in the United States, but in Britain, like in Mexico, for example, like let me use Mexico as an example. Many towns are called Saint Blank of, and then in the indigenous name, right? So San Jose de Choyochichil, right? And a lot of people will call it the Spanish name, right? Or they will call it the indigenous name, depending on which one is the one that typically people use. So you're going to get a lot of references to saints, right? Because also there are places called like St. Edwardston, right? Like, I mean, I that's not actually a town, but still. My point being that, like, this is saying something about British culture, particularly English culture, and being like, we don't have that over here. Well, duh. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, of course we don't. We don't have that context. That sounds like hell on earth, maybe.
The Old West. The fact that that kind of social standard existed at all demonstrates a very, very different society from today. Outside of the show, when I'm just in normal life,
Oh my gosh. Is that a castle behind him? Shocking as it may sound, I do have a life outside of the show and history. I mean, that's interesting though, to be a public intellectual and yet to have a life divorced from that which, quote unquote, you are a public intellectual of. Because that's something that usually public intellectuals kind of don't have.
try to not talk about history in casual conversation because I know people either...
Oh, there's no way that he doesn't bring up this shit with other people. Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt 1,000 times because there is no way. Like, he is the type of person, I can just tell that he like tries to find a way to bring in, the Schleswig-Holstein question into into casual conversation, right? It's just like, no.
Or don't know it, and I don't want them to feel bad for not knowing it, or I know they don't care. And
oh my gosh, it looks like a completely different person here. See, look, this is why you shouldn't just watch like Debate Bros and all of that type of content and all, this is why you should go have fun and be yourself and be happy. Because Rudyard looks like a completely different person here. What we call education and culture is, for the most part, nothing but the substitution of reading for experience, of literature for life, of the obsolete fictitious for the contemporary real. John Bernard Shaw, right? Very good quote.
Society also judges people who like things like history, and especially so.
That is not true. Otherwise, you would not have a channel nearing 700,000 subscribers and, videos that can even hit millions of views, right? White dudes being nerdy about history is not something that people are, like, averse to at all, right? Shapeshifter. A lot of literature records life, right? I mean, I just read the quote. But still, point being that, they judge people who like history. I mean, no, right? If people judge you for being the type of quote unquote, history person that you are, that's a separate question.
Classical literature or mythology. You're called a
classical literature. I mean, again, like, there was this belief that, like, back in this time, right, that everything would have been, like, I don't know what people think, right, that, like, oh, everything was just like a Parisian salon, or even that the Parisian salons were as they are recorded to have been, right? We know that there was, like, lots of drinking, we know there was lots of who knows what else, right? It's very strange then to be like, I'm being persecuted in the present age because it's not like it was in the 18th century where, I could walk around with a white powdered wig and, just say stuff randomly in Latin. Like, no, back then they would have, people would have been like, what are you doing as well? But especially because he's like a weird, like, libertarian, right? It's like, well, you should know that the market forces, right, have made it so that those things are no longer seen as relevant. So,
nerd or pretentious for being into that stuff. And I think the fact that our society does this signifies that it has a lower intellectual level than previous societies, because,
I mean, that depends what you're talking about. Like, if you're saying that people writ large, right, might not hold the same amount of respect towards someone who is a classicist or someone who likes to read classical literature, as to, because again, like, in fact, there is a book that goes into this that's actually from the beginning of from the early 20th century called Howard's End, right, where there is a sort of like a down and out impoverished man, right, Leonard, who does everything right, essentially does everything right, tries to be a good employee, tries to make ends meet, right, for him and his wife, etc. And he even tries to enculturate himself, right, in the way that particularly in the way that you see Rudyard trying to be like, oh, if people could read classical literature, if people could read blah, blah, blah. Like, he does that. But then he meets two different types of rich people, right? There are the Schlegels, and I can't remember the other family's name right now, but the Schlegels are like, the kind of like aristocratic, they have they don't have to work for a living, right? They can go to the opera every night if they want to, right? They have opinions about, oh, I actually prefer German opera as opposed to Italian opera because, of course, I do not like the arpeggios that are constantly used by Verdi in this. You know what I mean? Like, it's stuff like that, right? And then at the end, like, it doesn't matter what Leonard does. Like, he's not accepted by either of them, by either rich people, right? Because the nouveau riche don't care about that. They think it's pointless, right? Because all they care about is money, right? And the Schlegels, whilst they might feel sympathy towards him, there's nothing they can really do for him, right? He's still just an employee. He's still just a proletarian. And it's like, Rudyard would look at that and say, like, oh, that's because people don't appreciate. Well, that was a time when people did appreciate. But again, I mean, there were other examples that I could give, even from people like Booker T. Washington, right? That once he saw an African-American boy reading a French grammar book, and he actually said that made him feel like the boy was wasting his time, because like he instead could be learning how to work as opposed to learning French, right? So it's this really weird thing where it's like, we still live in the world that we live in, right? You can idealize, right, being a classicist or reading stuff in Latin and Greek. That's great. Or trying to be a historian. That's great. But the reason why some people would say it would come off as pretentious or whatever is because you're asserting it as though you are a historian, right? As though you do have that authority, right? And that insight and that knowledge, right? And so that also adds a dimension to it. So let's see here. The best education consists in immunizing people from a systematic attempts at education. Interesting. I'm still puzzled over the phrase of the absolute fictitious for the contemporary real. Yeah, it's anyway, let's see here. Okay.
A society of idiots would judge those who are not idiots. And it's pretty clear from all this evidence I'm showing you guys that these sort of topics like history or...
Like, look, even this, like, even the aesthetics, right? Like, this is, right, like, typically, although I would say looking at this is probably in America, right? Because the rack, as these things are called, kind of gives it away. These aren't as common in Europe. Not that they don't happen, but usually they're like in a hallway. Usually there are like a whole bunch of them, and it's kind of creepy, actually. Like if you go to the Royal Hunting Lodge of the Habsburgs, oh, it's really creepy, actually, because they have like a whole, like, all around you, and it's really creepy. All skulls everywhere, animal skulls. Very creepy. But anyway, this is all of this here, again, like, this is not the typical, this space, just what's visible here, is the size of some people's entire apartment, right? Like, I'm just looking at the square footage, like, trying to think what it would be in my head, and I'm like, yeah, there are some people's apartments where it's like, you go in, and it's just a bed, and a closet, and a bathroom, and a small little kitchenette. Like, that's really it. Like, there's really nothing else. So, like, this is still taking that prejudice that one must be at leisure, one must be of the leisured classes in order to even receive such an education, in order to even be perceived as Rudyard wants to be, right? But then he's actively against things like, like, even aristocratic historians, right, don't only read things from before 1965, right? So
classical culture were things that were normal in previous eras. I remember my grandpa grew up in the Irish ghetto, and he made a very strong effort to study...
In the Irish ghetto? Also, skinny cut suits are not old. They're not classical. I don't know. That's new. That's like really new. Same thing with like skinny pants. That's actually also really new. And my advice to the people that do wear skinny cut, or slim cut, I should say, suits, is that make sure that you unbutton when you sit down, because otherwise you begin to have all of those creases, So make sure to always unbutton when you sit down. Typically, you should unbutton when you sit down regardless. But with slim cut suits, you have to do it. Otherwise, one day that button will pop out because, again, it's less fabric trying to cover the same amount of area. You know, like it might look stylish in certain, but it's literally just smaller. Like it's just less. You know, we don't have to go back to the 80s, you know, like Donald Trump style suits that are like, you know, kind of like mechanical bug carcasses, right? But still, I always enjoyed literature later in life. Excuse me. But when I was forced to read Ivanhoe, not so much. But I did love the puzzle of figuring out Shakespeare's plays. But I'm a wordy. Oh no, that makes total sense. Peter Gray, PhD, the education scholar, is who I get the quotes from. Oh, nice. LOL. A lot of the literature that I read was really about human foibles and failed economic and social policies. I mean, like there actually is a book called Literature as History, which, you know, this is 5 New York apartments. That's true. That was 5 New York apartments. Skinny suits don't look good on anyone. I mean, you know, I love wearing pants that are on the skinnier end. Well, again, like, it's not so much the pants. I think that's a whole different story because, like, that all depends on your proportions, right? But the slim cut jacket is what a lot of people have issue with, right? So, I love wearing. Yeah, I prefer the way suits are cut in India or in Japan. I've heard that, like, if you want to get a really nice, good quality suit. I mean, again, I'm saying this as if I, you know. I mean, I have, well, anyway, point being that that I've heard one of the places to go to is apparently Hong Kong, because there, like, you can see the entire process from choosing the fabric to, you know, everything. Yeah, literature as history. I'm trying to remember. It's, can't remember his first name right now, but it's T. Garcia. That's the name of the scholar.
Culture and history so that he could fit in with the broader...
Also, Irish ghetto? When were the Irish ever forced into ghettos? Yeah, I've heard, yeah, Hong Kong suits are preem, yeah. Because, like, when I was in the Philippines, like, I usually would have to either do a layover in Guangzhou or do one in Hong Kong, so... I know that Japan is the place for premium jeans. Well, yeah, but, like, I've heard that too. But I've never heard of I mean, I've read the book how the Irish became white. I don't recall them describing them as living in ghettos. Their denim is very desired, which is funny because denim actually tells you where that fabric is originally from. It's de Nîmes, which is a city in France. De Nîmes, where the anyway.
Society more. As I've said before, anything you would choose to look at reflects this decline. The language in presidential speeches at the time of World War I was at a college-level reading level. Now it's at an element...
Okay, this is completely irrelevant because, of course, you have a difference of just so many things. One, this is addressing far less people because it's 1917. Keep that in mind. This is, one, addressing far less people. And two... the whole idea of saying all of these things, right, at such a sort of register, at a quote-unquote higher register, right, the whole point was so that the ruling class could exert its superiority over the ruled, right, to show, right, that it essentially had, right, a sort of almost aristocratic existence, right, so... So to say this, where instead you have a media apparatus that is completely focused on particularly the quote-unquote middle class, right? Because, of course, the working classes, you know, no politicians have ever cared about them. But the middle classes is about as low as they're willing to go, so to speak. You know, that also changes, right? That's why the questions that they ask are always petit bourgeois questions. Right, like, oh, who would you want to have a beer with? What do you mean, who would I want to have a beer with? Like, the rent in LA is too high. It needs to be brought down by like 3,000%. You know, France, gifted and talented radio speech program. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The jeans can be very expensive, even more than 1,000. I've seen them be more than 1,000.
Elementary school level, a jump in nearly a decade of intellectual development. Again, these were people who were doing what they could to get elected. If their language is too fancy and it annoyed the general public and they didn't get voted into power, they would have changed it. And because of...
Again, the voting public was not the same as the voting public now, right? We also don't have the same cultural environment at the time, right? Like, what are we going to say that, oh, you know, people don't speak in a mid-Atlantic accent anymore, so therefore that means that we've, you know, this is the level of analysis you're getting here. That, yes, because bylines, right, you know, punchy things that people say, right, like, those are the things that, you know, are oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, Narwhal. Thank you so much for the contribution towards Migra, the history of the U.S. border. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. I am truly, truly thankful. Yeah, but that one pair can last. Right, that's true. It's the same thing when like people want to get like copper pots, right? Like the ones that are made by, you know, like using like the old traditional techniques with the hammer, right? Like those will last you for forever. Like you can literally pass that on generationally, right? But you do have to travel far for it, because the ones they sell here in Southern California is, yeah, thank you. Oh, we're so close. Oh my gosh, we're so close. Look at that. So close. Thank you again. I'm so happy.
It means the general person had to be at least capable of understanding what was being said. You can
again, what does that mean, general person? Because women weren't able to vote yet, right? And the people that did vote, right? Remember, the people that could vote initially in the United States were only landowning white men. So, and you did not have the media apparatus we have now, right? So, saying that, oh, there was a quote-unquote decline, right, is, again, they're speaking to different audiences, right? If you're talking to the people that go to the forcing houses of the, you know, of the... And I mean, the Ivy League still does form this function, right? They are the forcing houses of the U.S. civil service, right? The equivalent thereof, right? Like that's where the diplomats come out of, right? That's where the, you know, secretaries of the secretaries of the secretaries of defense come from, right? Et cetera, right? They are the finishing schools of the bourgeoisie, right? That is a very different audience, right? Than the, you know, because he's thinking that the way how we vote now is exactly how we voted back then. But again, the 19th Amendment was not passed until after 1917. So there's that, right? There was no there was no women's suffrage, right? Let alone the fact that also the age at which you voted was 21 plus. Right? Even the way how senators were chosen was not even by way of direct vote as we do now. It was by the state legislatures voting on the senators to then send. You know what I mean? So like everything is like, it's very different. So saying this is like irrelevant. I prefer watching Shakespeare plays to reading Shakespeare. Yes, Mario T. Garcia, yes. Author of Literature's History, yes. Do most others have an ad break coming in like 2 minutes? Time to do the shill? Oh, well, if that is true, if you'd like to get out of the 3-minute ad break that comes every so often, please do make sure to subscribe for $5.99 on Twitch, and $1 more if you do so on mobile. which you can also subscribe for free using a Twitch Prime subscription, which you get by linking your Amazon Prime with your Twitch account. And you could use it on your favorite streamer, which I hope is me. But if it's not, that's okay.
Only the elites read these books, but you can also look at other, more casual forms of communication. The letters soldiers in the Civil War...
Wait, he just said, oh, well, only the elites read those books. Okay, well, then your whole point was irrelevant. I mean, again, also, who could buy books? Who had access to books? It was a lot less people than it is now, right? Like, it isn't now where there's like a public library all over the place. And even then, right, you have people ever since they became as common as they were, right, and began to offer programs like during the summer, right, in BIPOC neighborhoods. Even since they started, were being attacked by, county governments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, again, like, this is just, like, who could read, right? Who could read? Who did have access to that knowledge? He's generalizing it because we have actually a higher standard of generalized knowledge now than back then. So he's actually proving the opposite of his point. But, I refuse to pick favorites. You only have one Prime subscription. What about my dog? Be serious. They don't need to be asking for 2FA every time they paw onto a device. It's true.
American Revolution sent use far more complex language than we do today. My grandmother's really into genealogy, and she's collected hundreds of letters from my ancestors. My ancestors on my mom's side of the family tended to be business owners in the frontier, and they were people who were clearing the...
Oh, no. Oh, that's all I needed to hear. They were business people on the frontier. So that means they were the front line of settler colonialism. They were the people that made sure that the kibbutzim, so to speak, of the American West, right, could continue. Yeah, no, it does explain a lot. It certainly does. I had already sort of come to that conclusion because, he loves talking about how he's Anglo-American. But yeah, like, his family literally helped out in the clearing of the West. I don't know how you want to take that, but it's not good. So, wait, I'm suggesting forbidden material? Ooh, when? Oh, JK, never mind. I enjoyed the wordsmithing art of Shakespeare. Oh yeah, etymology is really cool. Sadly, they didn't experience the red triangle. Yeah, well, he sounds like the Brahmins in India who take too much pride in their ancestors' caste privilege. Right, which is funny because, again, like, it's already been shown that, like, you are not the product of all your ancestors. Like, taking those DNA tests literally tells you nothing. It can't tell you anything past a certain amount of generations. Why? Because, again, think of it mathematically. If it halves with every pair of people, right, with every pairing, right, that eventually, it's like DNA, like the way how those DNA tests works, for you to believe it would be as if you were to believe in MLM, right? You know what I mean? Like literally a multi-level marketing scheme, but with DNA as the, and your supposed racial identity, tacked upon it, right? You're saying because it traces a certain line? Because, look, think about it. You get 50% from one side, 50% from your father's side, right? From your mother's and your father's, right? Then you go back another generation and you get a quarter from that side, from those two pairings, right? Right, and then you double it again, right? Because so the more you cut it up, the smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller amounts that you can even trace back. The MLM of weak pullout game. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Boy Meets Mini. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. The MLM of weak pullout game is what those DNA tests actually are. They don't actually tell you what or who you are. So, just
forest and actively fighting against nature, so not hyper-educated elites.
fighting against nature, huh? Oh, I see. What a weird way to call that, huh? They did the clearing of the trees. The chopping down of the trees. The clearing of the West. And battling against nature. I wonder what else could be included in that definition. I wonder. I thought the DNA test maybe don't show certain lines at all, even assuming precision. No, there is no precision. I mean, that's the thing. It's selling you an idea, but there is no biological reality to the idea of, like, well, I mean, there are even videos that talk about this. I don't want to get too in depth in it, because then I don't want to step out of my own bounds, right? To where, because obviously a geneticist, right, can determine certain things about you, right, by looking at a test that they do, like, in a medical office. But a commercial DNA test, right, is not the same thing. In addition to the imprecision, I thought maybe there was like a thing, like it's only based on your mom's. But again, like, think about it. Your mom's, right? You have half, then a quarter, then an eighth, then a 16th, right? Of genetic information that comes from your great-great-grandmother, right? Now go back further, right? So the point is that eventually it comes to the point where it becomes a thing where there is, if you were to go back in time, you would have more ancestors than have ever existed, right? Humans have ever existed on the earth, right? And that's because we have shared ancestors, all of us. We're all, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're saying that this uninterpretable soup is the function of all the, yeah, like what people privilege one because it's classified as one, especially, right? Like European ethnic groups, right, are like very, very, minutely, right, thought of as being distinct units. But we know from the colonialist mentality, when it comes to looking at these DNA tests, they will literally tell you, oh, if you're an indigenous person, that if you have indigenous heritage from the peoples of Latin America, they will give you all of Latin America as if somehow that tells you something. But it's not based on only one branch or something. No, because they usually use your cheek cells, right? There are ones that they can do it where it's only through either it's a Y haploid group, right? Yeah, you can call me Shax. No, that's totally fine. Shax BA, whatever. You can visit distant cousins, a lot more fun than those big crowds at tourist traps. Sure. They made an industry out of it for a while, helping people look at their ancestry, and now corpse have all that data. Right. Now, there was a brief period that you could ask Ancestry.com to destroy it, where they would delete all of the thing, where they would delete all the information they had on you and destroy the DNA thing. So they couldn't, like, rehash it, so to speak. As to how thorough that is, I do not know, because obviously that's an in-house thing, Do you remember I don't remember that, actually.
And again, their language use is much more complicated than what we do today. We've also seen a bunch of other factors that act as proxy, albeit...
Hold up. Okay, what on earth is a Z-score? Another thing, too, is this is not how you write plurals. You do not write, this is the genitive. So, pertaining to 80s. pertaining to 80, pertaining to 70. But they mean 70s as in years. The plural is not apostrophe s. So just that alone, this graph is dubious. Very much, raises my incredulity. I don't even know what this is even trying to say. Like, I know what he's trying to get at. But this literally tells you nothing. I mean, it's literally, this line goes up and down and this line goes down. Okay, well, maybe. Okay, great. Thanks for the graph. Look at this graph. I think z-score is a Statistica thing, maybe. Like the number of z-score sounds oddly, yeah, it does sound racist coded, I have to admit. Like when I first saw this, I immediately thought that these things were going to mean different types of people. Then I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, these concepts are relatively new, so I mean, I would need to know. Pretty sure z-score is referring to a statistical quantification of distance from the mean. Okay, of which it would be 0, right? So this would be the mean, so to speak, anyway. And so we can see that what was once above the median, right? What was once above the mean has now gone down the mean, and what was once slightly below the mean is now almost back where it was. I don't know. What is Shipley vocabulary? I have no idea. That's actually a very good question. Let me see here. Yeah, look at this graph. Let's actually look it up. I'm actually curious. What was it called? Shipley? No, I'm not looking for that. What was I looking for? Shipley vocabulary, that's right. Musician brain? I've never... What? Like the original, Shipley 2 measures two aspects of cognition: crystallized knowledge, which is gained through education and experience, and fluid reasoning, the capacity to use logic and learn and acquire new information or solve problems. I guess? In the test below, the first word in each line is printed in capital letters. The opposite four are other words. Draw a line under one word which... Okay. Yeah, so I guess I found one of the tests that they do. But it's from a place called Music Brain. So, yeah. It's one layer of respectability on top of that. Right, true. You said Russism? Yeah, for sure. Look, yeah. Drop Z, yeah. Statistical military operation. Oh my gosh. Aren't there other rigid quantified cognitive tests according to which everyone is getting better? I mean, again, like, this is like a... Oh, they charge for this thing. $51 to $1,722. Ah, well, yeah, definitely not paying to take a test. No thank you. Don't need that.
Imperfect ones for...
Shipley Institute Living Scale is a test that includes vocabulary section to assess a person's intellectual functioning. But I'm trying to wonder, like, what does that even mean, right? Because... like, what the free, like, little quiz that I saw that was like a PDF was like, draw a line between these words and blah blah, you know. It's like, I don't know, it seems very... I don't like race science. I'll make it known again. All of this stuff, like the DNA test, these things, I don't like race science.
Rapidly declining intelligence across the West over the last century. In high school, I was able to figure out that the speed someone twitches their eyes is a proxy for intelligence, and I was surprised to see later on the scientific consensus backed this up. The speed with which people
Hold up, what? The scientific consensus? Seeing as you only read things from before 1965, I don't know how you even know what the scientific consensus of anything is right now. There's some complications here. There's the thing called the Flynn effect, in which IQs have never been used, or were never supposed to be used to measure individual persons. So with that, we can just throw out the entire thing. Because what do they test? Individual what do people talk about? Individual persons. Okay, well then we can throw all of that out. No need for it. In which IQs technically have raised enormously since the 19th century. I wonder why. Again, if you take those exams and you place people in conditions where they are no longer, right, like in a refugee camp, right, unhoused, etc., 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 right, like it goes up. Like that's just how that works. Like according to our current metrics, a normal person. No. This is just. Oh my gosh, this is literally trying to be like, back then the average IQ would. No, you can't ex post facto evaluate someone's, like, no, you can't do that. However, what we've done is expand the number of metrics you can use to measure intelligence. You can't really measure it because how do you even define it is the first question, right? And then that comes in with a lot of biases, right? That makes it an issue in the first place. The things that are most weakly correlated with IQ is risen exponentially, and there's enough of them to offset the best predict. What? There are no predictors of anything. Like this is acting like you could take the test once and it's like that's your that's your final Pokemon evolution, right? Like this is the highest Pokemon evolution you could ever have, right? Level this. It's just. But do I like racing theory? I do. Critical racing theory is very important, and you definitely should. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow Boy Meets Mini. Went down a little rabbit hole to find out drop Z chords was a thing. Turns out that it was popularized by the shitty Trump-loving 90s grudge foreman Billy Corgan. I don't even know who that is. Good thing I'm partial to drop Z. Interesting. Am I correct that you could make use of genetic tests like to test a hypothesis of whether a bunch of people crossed this desert back in the way? That I would say I would prefer for you to research that with someone who has expertise in that. Because one, I don't think that any test can tell you whether or not someone crossed any particular any particular geographical feature. But if you see, for example, that there is, etc. Again, I don't really like talking about race science, so let's just move on. Someone from 1900 would be, Marie Curie, right? Let me find the brain calipers, right? Intellectual functioning. Yeah, I mean, like, how do you even do that? Because, like, functioning means that it's in action, right? And you can't actually do that by having someone sit down and take a test. Right, that's one of the things. Is like in many ways, intelligence cannot be tested, right? Because what do you mean by intelligence? There are many different intelligences, right? It's very subjective. Yeah.
Their eyes.
He has calipers. I've seen them. Narwhal, do you remember that he does have calipers? Remember?
Reaction times, another proxy for intelligence, have collapsed very rapidly over the last century. The factors we use to figure out IQ, which are the best.
Collapsed. What does it? What? You just said that. Oh, back in the past it would have been lower, Now you're saying it collapsed and is lower than ever before. What? No, that's I don't. Okay, fine, whatever. Who cares?
For IQ have also declined incredibly rapidly.
Remember that he had calipers, the like weird, that they kind of look like when you looked at his desk, right? He once looked at his desk and he had like the little like pincer things. Remember? I don't know. It was a long time ago. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I will be clear that these educational standards were not uniform across the entire Western world.
This is literally people at woodshop. Like, in fact, let me actually explain something that comes out of my own research, right? So again, if you'd like to help me with my research, please do go to my throne and help finish funding the book Migra. Is that there were Mexican people Mexican kids that were so ostracized and were so, because of the racial ideology, the racist ideology of the time that still persists to this day, that essentially made it so that when they did go to school, right, they would essentially give them all of the shop classes, whether they wanted to or not, right? They would give them wood shop. They would give them, all of these things, right? And some people say, oh, but it's cool to do that. It's one thing if you want to do it, right? It's another thing if you are being given those courses because they think that is all you could ever do, right? To the point where there's one testimony of someone who only had 2 academic courses, right? And they quit school because of that. Because everything was set up so that they only saw in him, right, a worker. That's all they saw. They did not see someone who could be an academic or anything else, right? They only saw him as essentially an automaton, right? And might as well just send him to the classes where they teach him how to do all of the things that we're going to make him do at a lower price than, at a lower wage than everybody else in the class, right? So the only thing calipers would be, I'd rather break open an old thermometer and pour. Oh my goodness gracious! Subjective is an understatement. Yeah, for sure. The only thing calipers should be testing is grip strength. I mean, it looks like devil symbols on the chalkboard. What do you mean? Oh, because of the Star of David? My gosh. Woodshop is intellectually demanding. Again, woodshop is cool. I totally down for that. Like people that took all of the different shop courses that they could, right? But it's different because I remember people being like, you're Mexican, right? Do you know how to fix cars? And it's like, what? The assumption that you must want to be in the program that essentially teaches you to be a mechanic, right? Because, quote unquote, Mexican culture has always been really into cars, whatever that means. Let alone the example I'm giving where every shop class that they had, which there were more back then, right? There was wood shop, metal shop, etc., 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 right? Those were the only classes he could take, not the academic ones. And he didn't want to take the shop classes. Again, that's the important thing, is that he dropped out of school because the school told him, this is what you are. This is all you can ever be. So this is all the education we're going to give you, is how to do these particular forms of labor. And that's it. So, yeah, it's a larger issue of schooling in general. It basically prepares people who live in certain zip codes to only work menial jobs, right? And they always love to dress it up like, oh, look at how we have these young, at-risk inner-city youths, right? They love to use these terms, right? Look at them in their little mechanic uniforms. Look at them. We gave them this, It's like, what? What are you talking about? You gave them this. You didn't give them anything. If they wanted to be there and they excelled, that's because they wanted to be there and they excelled at it. Right? If they didn't want to be there and you're still making them be in the class picture, that's fucked up. I'm just gonna say it. That's fucked up. In my opinion, of course. Orcas are in distress and they're communicating it. This YouTuber looking for measurements for measurement's sake. Yeah, no, I know. It's like measurements for measurement's sake. Yeah, exactly. So gentrified. I mean, I kid you not, like, the amount of times I've heard, like, white people be like, oh, you know, if you do our educational program, you know, it actually could really help you, Shakespeare. Like, a lot. Like, imagine you could finally get out of the barrio. One, who said I wanted to leave in the first place? And two, I'm not a student here. I'm not a high school student anymore. I swear, if I ever encounter anyone calling anyone, oh yeah, I know. I know exactly what you mean, Raven. Because, yeah.
There were large areas of staggeringly poor education, such as the American South, Ireland, large parts of Eastern Europe, or even most people in France.
You know who couldn't get an education in the South? Do I even need to say it? In the American South. How were entire swaths of people unable to get education in the South? Was it merely because they didn't have a good education system? Or was it because of some other system? Something else that was systematic and was imposed to do something that, you know, was supposed to separate or segregate, or in a more Germanic way to apartheid the people, right? Yeah, who's to say? We will never know. We will never know. A true teacher is a guide who nurtures each student's natural inclination. Exactly. Like, that's why I like speaking with my students, for example. Because they were places, Catpig, that's a good point. Places rather cool. They were places that were integrating up until the 90s. Okay? Don't forget those places. You can look them up. They make it seem like, 1964, it all ended then. No. Up until the 90s, and not even the early 90s, there were schools that were just beginning to let others into their schools. So don't forget that. We had a whole fucking political movement that started because they couldn't segregate their private Christian schools and still get tax exempt status. I mean, yeah, when I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all. Interesting. But yes, like, for me, like, getting to know my students is important because I know that, like, not everybody wants to be a historian, right? I can't presume that. There are some people that really love history, right? And what I have to do is make sure that I give them the best education on how to consider the processes of hermeneutics, right, of research, right, of historiography, etc. And that's what's most important, right? And then there are people that I have had as students that do want to be academics, that do want to be historians, right? And again, it's by communicating with the students that you even can do. You can even emphasize those things, right? Smoochies, boochies. Yes, make sure to smash that like button. And make sure to subscribe if you're not. I'm obsessed with education reform, or so I prefer to say rather than reform, education restoration. You should also read the book, gosh, why am I forgetting its name now? The book Backroads Pragmatists by Ruben Flores. Because it discusses, here, let me see if I can show this. It's talking about how Mexico became a place where education reform became very important for people like Dewey, for example, John Dewey, right? So, again, this is part of my research. So again, if you'd like to help my research, you can always do so by contributing to the books on Throne, including the one right now on the history of La Migra. So like the United States, Mexico is a country of profound cultural differences. I wish more people got that, but they don't, sadly. In the aftermath of the Mexican Revolution, which, by the way, was the first social revolution of the 20th century. That's never highlighted in the history books. The Mexican Revolution was the first social revolution of the 20th century. These differences became the subject of intense government attention as the Republic of Mexico developed ambitious social and educational policies designed to integrate its multitude of ethnic cultures into a national community of democratic citizens. To the north, Americans were beginning to confront their own legacy of racial injustice, embarking on a path that 3 decades later led to the destruction of Jim Crow. Backwards Pragmatists is the first book to show the transnational cross-fertilization between the two movements, right? So I would just read a little bit of the next part here. In molding Mexico's ambitious social experiment, post-revolutionary reformers adopted pragmatism from John Dewey, so the writings of John Dewey when it comes to education, and again, as used by Franz Boas, right? The cultural relativism of Franz Boas, which in turn profoundly shaped some of the critical intellectual figures of the Mexican-American civil rights movement. The Americans, Ruben Flores follows, studied Mexico's integration theories and applied them to America's own problems, holding Mexico up as a model for cultural fusion. These American reformers made the American West their laboratory in endeavors that included very famous educational theorist George I. Sanchez's attempts to transform New Mexico's government agencies, the rural education campaigns that psychologist Lloyd Tyerman adapted from the Mexican Ministry of Education, and anthropologist Ralph L. Bell used of application of Mexican anthropology in U.S. federal courts to transform segregation policy in Southern California. So, please, if you would like to read a book that talks about education policy, that's the book. I don't even know when the ad break. So yes, please subscribe on Twitch if you would like to for $5.99 or $6.99 on mobile. Was it the bottom of the? I don't know. As far as most white folks care, Mexico is a lawless country that is just trafficking its own citizens to the U.S. for some reason, which again is actually not true. Like, net migration has been negative, so you're looking it up. Good. Again, like, trust me, like, if you can get me started talking about, like, again, stuff that pertains to my research and the stuff that I teach, right? Like, I'm more than happy to discuss, like, books and stuff. I love talking about books. So you know what? Scratch that. It's not just white folks. A lot of my family also has pretty poor view of everyone that isn't either white or black. Well, I mean, again, that's also because of the educational environment, right? So
were illiterate into the late 19th century. In a lot of societies, such as England, the differences in education between social classes were staggering. While in the northern...
You cannot compare, although there are some analogies to be made, surely, but you cannot compare the lack of education that existed between social classes and the racialist policies, right, that kept entire peoples, right, from being able to receive an education in the first place, right? where it was a crime for them to learn, right? So again, that's something to keep in mind. Like, I get what they're trying to, I mean, I get what he's trying to sort of like posit here, but there's no comparison. Like, people under chattel slavery that learned how to read, they could be imprisoned, if not, you know, unalived, if people found out that they could read. So, you know,
US, almost everyone of any social class was educated. However, the highs of Western civilization are much lower today than they were 100, 200, or 300 years ago. When I bring this...
Look, by saying the highs, right, whatever that even means, right, last time I checked, everybody's getting high these days. But anyway, the difference is we don't have one particular class of intellectuals, right, that are aristocrats, right? That's the difference, is we don't have people that can literally, like, for example, like Isaac Newton, right? He lived at Oxford, right? He taught some classes now and then, but he lived at Oxford, right? Like, he didn't just like keep, like, he literally lived in the dorms, so to speak, at Oxford for his whole life. You can't do that in college these days, right? Like, there are even with like PhDs, you can't just like move in, right? That's not a thing, right? Like, by removing certain things, like, right, by giving him a pension so that he didn't need to necessarily teach, but he could teach, by giving him, right, room and board included, right, all of these things, right, for essentially his whole life, Isaac Newton was able to focus on those things because, materially speaking, he didn't have to have the anxiety every day of, oh, did I pay this bill on time, or is it late and I have to pay an extra fee? You know what I mean? Like, it's just completely different. It's and so what he's saying is, like, there's no longer this like the disparity, right? He's saying, like, oh, look, there used to be this pinnacle of culture, quote unquote, right? And that meant that it was better. The difference is that now those things have more equalized over time, right? Because of the greater access to, and these were hard fought things, right? Like, Mexico had a revolution, right? So that then it could have those progressive educational policies that John Dewey even visited Mexico to go see them in action, right? It took a whole revolution, the first social revolution of the 20th century, for those things to even be implemented in the first place. So again, we can't just act as though, oh, that must mean that everything is going down. No, it's that everybody else is going up, right? So,
evidence up, I get a couple different reactions. The first is that you can't classify people by intelligence.
Exactly.
This is patently false. For one, are we really going to say Lil Pump and Einstein have the same amount of horsepower firing in their brains? Or that Newton's law of motion is...
Bro,
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
bro, you need to calm down. You need to calm your horses. My goodness gracious. Horsepower, my god. I don't know what, yeah, Big Ben Shapiro energy, yeah. I mean, again, it's like saying, it's like people, not everybody, right, gets to study physics in Switzerland, right? You know what I mean? Not everybody. But to horsepower in their brain, bro, you gotta calm that down. Because otherwise, you know what's gonna happen. Calm that down, Rudyard.
of equal brilliance to some random college paper.
Okay, well, see, you just said the whole point. Some random. No. Like, you literally are just every time you open your mouth, it's just like, let me tell you why everything I'm saying is wrong, right? Like, essentially, that's what you're doing. Because, I mean, what kind of what are you even trying to say? Shapiro voice. It hurt my feelings when those rappers said I can't get my wife's P word wet, and that's a fact. And facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah. But you know what also doesn't care about your feelings? I won't elaborate. But you know.
I do stand by intelligence being impossible to measure objectively, though. I think IQ is a real thing.
What? So if it can't be measured objectively, then... Okay, so we can throw all of... Then what was this all for? Like... Oh, it can't be measured objectively. Well, but yeah, because there's no... It requires a subjective definition. Like, what do people value as intelligence, quote unquote? We know we didn't make up IQ, right? IQ, right? Like, bro, this dude needs to just, like, hold his horses. My goodness gracious.
And very important, however. I don't think it measures the totality of intelligence. Partly as an example why, my father's side of the family were all illiterate Irish peasants. They would have...
What does that have to do with anything? Good for you, bro. I'm glad that you're proud of your Irish heritage, I guess. Sure, great. Good for you, bro. We were all peasants, okay? We were all peasants. Like, everybody was like, "Oh, I can trace my genealogy back to this king back in the 10th." No, you can't. No, you can't. We were all peasants, and we've all come a long way from those days. And we need to remember that that's why the struggle continues, because we've already come a long way from there, and we still have a long way to go, but we will overcome it all. Anglo-Saxons evolved IQ in the 19th century. Imagine.
Scored very low in IQ since they grew up in a society without clocks or they knew anyone who could write.
What? Wait. Hold up. Did this dude just say that Ireland didn't have any clocks?
You what? Bruh.
What do you mean they didn't have any clocks? Before Anglo-Saxons, no one ever had a thought. Yeah, it sounds like. And apparently, they didn't have clocks. I mean, that's just like, what are you talking? In the 19th century? Yes, they had clocks. Just like, I don't even know what to say to that. That's just like... No. Just...
You are lost. You are rejected.
Like, I don't know, bro. I think you gotta just take a break. Rudyard got that silent generation. I know. It's so weird that he would even describe it in this way, because he also said that they lived in a ghetto, which I'm like, I don't like when like an ethnic enclave in a city is not a ghetto. Like, I hope he realizes that. He probably doesn't, but, Yeah, the Irish famously had no use for time,
But them and I are genetically identical.
Oh, God, here we go. But them and I... No. That doesn't even make sense. What does it even mean to be genetically identical? Like, even twins aren't genetically identical. You know what I mean? Like, what does that even mean? Rudyard is in actual war crimes on history, genuine intellectual pursuits, all things good. I mean, I really don't know. Oh no, I already saw it. I saw it. Oh no. He's doing the Nazi thing. Well, I mean, he already was, but he's just, because of course he has to show a graph of something. I don't know what on earth this graph is supposed to show, but they're genetically identical, but not in every. If you look at every single, all of their chromosomes, all of their genetic, like, there will be one C that is actually a T, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That's what I mean, is like, to say identical, the way how he means it totally, right? Not like generally, right? That's the problem with Rudyard, is that he does totalizing statements, right? They would be identical, yes, because they would be identical twins. So, right, yes. But that every aspect of their genome would be exactly the same, no. As far as I'm aware, and if I'm wrong, please do correct me. I'm more than willing to So anyway, in different contexts have very high IQs. He's saying brown, Western civilization. Why I believe IQ, but I could be wrong. Again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I do know. I'm trying to emphasize that, like, from what I understand, I was under the impression that even people who are as identical as can be still have enough, like, difference, like, to where, like, you could obviously tell them apart, right? Genetically speaking, right? But I could be wrong. So, because then it's literally Shakespeare's The Comedy of Errors, right? Where it's two sets of twins, and anyway, no, never mind. I believe IQ has more to do with your society's test taking skills. He needs to put a hyphen here, comma, then with intelligence itself. 1, this map correlates with how much time and effort your society puts into tests really strongly. It's almost a one-to-one relationship. This doesn't prove that it's like, all it says is 2022 and random numbers. Like, there's nothing here. Like, all I know is that Spain is like French blue, and that France is like robin's egg blue or something. I don't know. 2, for example, from history, it's clear Europeans. Oy vavoy. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very much, Just Julie, for the contribution to Migra History of the U.S. Border Patrol. It's now fully funded. Thank you so very much. Truly, I mean this. Like, again, every time that any one of you helps me, I'm truly just, I can't believe that people would even want to help me in any way, let alone watch me and listen to me. So I'm so grateful for your help, all of you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought, right? That, like, you could still tell them apart with DNA tests, right? But again, yeah, no, of course, there always has to be a graph, right? Monozygotic twins are identical except for random mutations. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could tell them apart, right, so to speak. I guess that's in my mind what I'm thinking. Like, if you were to do a test, right, you could say, this is, right, this is Ibrahim, right, and this is, Alfred, right? It's virtually statistically impossible for 2 to be 100% identical. again, like I don't want to. I don't want to quibble over this on the point. I mean, for me, my point was just like they're not so identical to the point where you can't tell the difference between them, right? That's all. That was all I was trying to get. But thank you for this. I appreciate it so very much. Leading the researchers to extrapolate that blood cells of monozygotic twins may have on order of one DNA sequence difference for every 12 million nucleotides, which would imply hundreds of differences across the entire genome, right? Yeah, that's more or less what I had in mind. This guy's PFP on Twitter is the hard times make strong. Yeah, probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it were. Another cause of difference between monozygotic twins is epigenetic modification caused by differing environmental. The subject of epigenetic is actually a really interesting one because that's where like a more recent and developing field of inquiry called trauma studies, right, does actually think about things like that, right? Epigenetics, yeah. But again, just the most basic level, right? Epigenetics refers to the level of activity of any particular gene, yeah. Shex to the quibbling. No, I don't. I'm just saying that, like, I don't want people to think that, like, I'm saying this as an expert. I'm not an expert on genetics. I will defer to the experts always. So, have so much to absorb. Wait, let me see here. Oh, don't be surprised. I wish I could help more, Shax. You're one of the most interesting people out there. Oh, that is so sweet. Oh my gosh. That is so sweet of you. I wasn't sure how best to support you, but thanks, Shakespeare, for calling out the book you are interested. Oh, thank you so much, Julie. My dad said he's jealous that I found your streams. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Explains why they're different heights, different sexualities, different genders. Right. This is true, and many people are saying this. Many such cases. Yeah. Keep it in your pants, Cheddar. Don't forget that my family personally invented the matzo ball,
Connor Muhammad would have had the same issues, where they were both illiterate but objectively geniuses. The cultures that do...
Okay. He objectively is doing a lot of work right here. A lot of work. Like I think Rudyard owes it years worth of arrears and overtime with how much work it's doing. So, objectively, sorry, just like when I hear people just say objectively like that or empirically, it's like, do you even know what that means? Like, do you actually know what that means? Like, do I literally have to go get a dictionary and, like, you know what I mean? Because I don't like to do that. I really don't like to do the whole, like, the Oxford English Dictionary says, I prefer etymology more than being like the English Dictionary says, blah, blah, blah. So, Europeans are as intelligent as East Asians from raw creative output. What does that even mean? What is raw creative output? Like, raw creative output live on Euro Television 2. However, the European intellectual tradition is focused on creativity. But you just said they're the same. Holistic is focused on creativity. Holisticity and polymathy? Is that what you're trying to get at, Rudyard? I mean, yeah, there is the idea of the quote-unquote Renaissance man. But capitalism demands specialization. That's why we were hyper-specialized now. Like, that's why, although my areas of expertise, as specific as I'm willing to get, right, in public, right, on stream, are very broad historical topics, right? like what I do research in is actually far narrower than all of those things, right? Because that's how that works, right? Same thing with anything else, like the people that are software developers and that are other things, right? They specialize in back-end, front-end, app development, etc., 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 right? So it's just generational trauma can be discerned by looking at epigenetic. Yeah. Well, yes, like that. Like that's one of the things. Like if you've ever read the book, gosh, why am I forgetting the book right now? Beloved, right? That is a book where the concept of rememory, right, is also tied in with the concept of epigenetic memory, right? This idea that, again, like after hundreds of years of being enslaved with under chattel slavery, those effects are there. We see them, right? Like they are real. And the people that try to deny it because they want to do they want to think, well, this is the thing, right? They like to use the tabula rasa, right? When it benefits them, right? Like, oh no, everybody's a blank slate, so everybody, like, there's no previous. But we know that that's not true, right? Like, I could literally even look at something. I mean, yeah, it's East Asians selected their elites for millennia by test taking. When he says millennia, would this have been before the creation of paper? Because, like, there's only been civilization for 6,000 years. So it can't be that many millennia, I guess. So I'm pretty sure test taking doesn't show up, like, right away. Thus, you would expect, if you say so, bro, like, again, to perform, again, that's, the difference is that you have in China, right, the Gaokao, right, you have the big exam that determines literally the rest of your life, right? Gaokao, right, is an exam that literally takes place over multiple days. People will rent rooms, right, at the place, at the test, or by the testing center, wherever it might be. Usually it's the provincial capital, right? And everything is about trying to get as high of a score as possible, because if you don't, the lower of a score you get means the less quality, right, the less prestigious of a university you can get into. Like, that's it. Like, that determines where you can go to school anywhere else in China. Right? There's no other, right? Same thing in South Korea, same thing in Japan, same thing. I mean, maybe not exactly the same thing, but, like, you cannot compare these things. Like, yeah, China has the Gaokao, right? Like, it has an exam. So, of course, it's going to be, they're going to focus on an exam. Like, that's just, like, that's literally not seeing the wood for the trees. Like, I'm sorry, but, I bet this guy wouldn't say anyone doesn't speak with some kind of phonetic language isn't a genius. I mean, who knows? Raw creative output. Has he heard music from various regions of Asia? Right, which, by the way, I mean, if I may just add, right, like, music in other parts of the world is not limited to the octave. Right? The do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do octave. If you go to India, and if you go to other places in Asia, they actually have expanded things, an expanded reference of sound, to where you can have up to 64 notes, right? But is that appreciated in the Western world, where you are forced to keep it into the octave? No. Right? It is seen as, 64-bit before the West, easy, right? But the point being that the West still demands you conform to their structures, right? So even using the concept of IQ, which again was not supposed to be used to test individual people, was also not like, again, this, like, what it's Redreader is saying here is that it's just a test to test the test, a test to test the test. Yes, that's say that 10 times real fast. But yes, like, when it comes to music, right, like the time signatures and even the chords and possibilities in music are far more expanded than just the octave, right? So again, he's not I don't know. But, you know, I mean, if he read that book, The Spirit of India, and he thinks that taught him anything, like, it literally, look, there was a novel, right, called Passage to India by E.M. Forster. I kid you not, you will learn more about, how people thought about India in the late 20th century than you will get reading The Spirit of India. Like, literally, it's more accurate as a novel, fiction, than that book is. So, just putting that out there. Because it's very, like, you know, Brahmin-centric. As always, you know, I almost want to say as always, but I don't know. That's a rough book to get through. Oh yeah, for sure. Still can't recommend it enough. Oh yeah. Sounds like old A levels pre 2000 in England. Yeah, pretty much. Or like the baccalaureate in France, right? If you can get a good enough score, you can go to La Sorbonne. But if you don't, you know, you're gonna go to, you know, l'Université de le Sud-Ouest de le Loire or something. You know, I don't know. Well, they decide where and what you can get in a uni, whilst it doesn't decide what jobs you can get. It has a huge exactly, right? The repercussions are there of the educational distinctions, right? I was discussing with my mom on Saturday. We were both excited for at the school uni exams. All they really test is how good you're taking tests. It's hard to think of anything that is less suitable to check, e.g. abilities for some job or other. One of my programming exams at uni in Germany was literally the dumbest way to test I can think of. If you don't mind, would you actually like elaborate a little bit on like why it was so? Let's see here in. But these studies and discussions truly require ethical, culturally appropriate news to it, and right, they do, precisely. Like, that's the reason why, like, for him to claim that he's becoming a public intellectual is like, you're not being held responsible like a public intellectual because you're not an expert, right? You don't have expertise in these things. And this is a consistent pattern, right? This isn't like me just saying it out of, you know, thin air, right? This is me having gone through your corpus of work, right? And seeing it and being like, no.
Best on IQ tests are those that train people to be the best at taking tests.
Again, like, yeah, anyway. The Middle East score is very low. I'm not even gonna. If you look over the Middle East, was always the heart of world intellectual and scientific development. Compare, like this is the part here, like, compare the Jews, right? Don't keep my people's name out of your mouth. Just, I mean, oh, and he even does ableism right here. What?
I took an IQ test as a kid and I scored 110, and I barely passed high school STEM. And I think that's partly...
I just...
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
Wow. You have an announcement. What is it, Nautical? The reputation of a public intellectual has unfortunately been irreparably tarnished since the advent of the internet. Indeed. I mean, for example, like, we could not compare, like, someone like Simone de Beauvoir or Jean-Paul Sartre or Carlos Fuentes or, other. I think I pulled a baddie. Bad to what's important, though? Oh, good. I guess. I don't know what that means, actually. I don't know what that idiom is. I don't know if that's idiomatic or literal. Sure, the test can say that they took a program, fairly simple client-server program. Ah, okay. We do not have access to any kind of documentation, real programming machine. Ah, I see. Interesting. That does seem strange then. Like, that doesn't even... I don't know. That's strange. That's not what's happening in general public, nor what people try to use as a cudgel. Nor are other people try to use it as a cudgel. It's ludicrous, and in the end, prevents what may very be useful from being done. Yes, but that's just my view from the outside. I know a lot about genetics. It's not simple. We know nothing, yet someone gave us tools to start. Right, exactly. It's like, I understand, I have a cursory knowledge of when it comes to talking about like genetics and stuff like that, right? Some of it is because some of it does pertain to my research, right? So that's where some of that knowledge comes from. But that's me using the scholarship of others, right, to inform my own scholarship, right? And so there's that distinction, right? Whereas he does not do that, right? For him, it's like, look at this quote that proves me correct. That's not, like, I mean, what is this graph? I mean, just...
Since I had a pretty nasty childhood, which might have messed up the test results when I took them as a kid. However, I'm also just bad at math, spatial skills, or moving shapes, which is what IQ measures disproportionately. I'm much better...
Moving shapes? Like translation? Is that what he means? Sorry, I honestly don't even... Oh, well, Mazel Tov, Nautical. I'm glad to hear it. It's like doing math exam by taking some mathematical proof, removing all the variables and all the operators like plus and minus, and telling the student to restore it. Oh yeah, that sounds impossible. A baddie is an attractive lady. Nautical thinks they have a date. Oh, again, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. I'm playing Space Marine 2 while listening to you crush WhatIfAltHist like a true Ultramarine. That nautical... Oh, well, you already saw Narwhal. You were there. But yeah, I don't know what he means here by moving shapes. Like, he's talking about translation, right? Translation is like this shape here. Translation is when you move it across a plane. Is that what he means? Or does he mean like... I don't know. I don't know what he means.
At constructing worldviews, mentalizing, empathy, pattern recognition, while I have photographic memory for sound and maps, and I can understand and figure out...
Bro, I've seen your hand-drawn maps, okay? I have a picture of his hand-drawn maps of Africa. I think that's enough. Like, I don't even want to elaborate on just how...
how systems work easily. With apologies for the bragging, IQ measures none of that.
Oh, Rudyard, you are so humble. You were truly the epitome of Western European chivalry with your humility. Is bro talking about geometry? I have no idea. He's like, oh, it tests how you move shapes. And I'm just like the concept of translation, like where you move a shape across a plane. Like, is that what you mean? Like, I don't know. Bill Gates, for example, had access to a computer during the time when the ideas for the computer was either sci-fi nonsense or something NASA had. I imagine this dude would call him somewhat of an intelligent human being. Does the fact he had access to this kind of knowledge from an early age not come into play? Right, exactly. And not only that, but he also was rich too. Like, one does not just buy a house with a garage, right? In Palo Alto, right? Okay. There are like, otherwise you're out in like Manteca and you have a carport. Okay? Like, if you know, you know. So You know, because they're always like, oh, they worked out of their garage. In the summer? When it's hot? Bill Gates didn't tell the dude he bought DOS. He had a deal with IBM. He had his fingers crossed behind his back, of course, right? Gates isn't even that much of a genius. If anything, he seemed more competent businessman. That's more towards his willingness to screw. Well, I mean, isn't that what capitalists do, right? Like, that's the whole point is, when people are saying that, like, when there's, like, think about, like, the whole, like, red pill thing, right? The whole masculinist thing, right? Everything always comes down to you have to become an entrepreneur. But what does that really mean, right? It means, how do you get into manipulating and using people, right? So that way you can advance yourself. Have you read Palo Alto by Malcolm Harris? No. But that sounds good. That sounds like a good read. In fact, I actually used to know someone that lived in Palo Alto. And they're nice. They're very nice. They're a very nice couple, actually. If we count convictions of he's got a rep... well. The corporate MFs were screwed. Steve Jobs and his hippie friends could be too powerful, imagine. For sound and maps, the most specific case of identical memory ever. Right, like, I don't even know what that means, identical memory. What the hell? Like, I meant eidetic memory? Yeah, it's why it's always hustlers you bullshit. Right, exactly. Like, it's always... Let us take, right, Darwinistic principles, apply it to human beings, right? Which, by the way, that's how the phrase survival of the fittest was created by, not by Darwin, but by Herbert Spencer, who used it talking about races, right? The races of the world. So don't use that phrase, please. And then saying, well, one of you has to succeed, right? But it's just who is the most manipulative of you, right? And that's just capitalism over and over and over again, right? But of course, we have to remember that capitalism is all about ethics and caring about each other, because, you know, you want the low price for the... you want the low price for the customer, but the good price for you, for the profit,
But it's still some form of intelligence that we know is real. All of this is meant to show that intelligence...
Do we know that it's real? Do we know that anything is real? That's what I wonder. Do we really know that it's real? Because I don't know. I think you really graduate. I think you really need to hold your horses. Hold your horses, bro.
does exist, but it can't be measured. It's in the same manner that there is very clearly good or bad art, people, or food, but it's impossible to measure if...
What? This is literally BS, like, wannabe, like Evola. I read Evola. No, you just saw some memes on the internet, person. Beauty is by definition subjective. I mean, there's even a phrase that goes back quite a while, that talks about that. Like, again, this is like these things talking about the objective beauty of blank, blank, blank is always a way to justify hegemonic beauty standards and art styles, right, against everybody else's.
Say Michelangelo's David is better than the Mona Lisa, or if Gandhi was a better person than St. Francis of Assisi. Another response
Why would you compare the two? Why would you even want to compare Mahatma Gandhi to St. Francis of Assisi? like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense. They're two different people. Very different material conditions, everything. And also one of them is supposedly a saint that did miracles. So it's kind of, I mean, it's literally right. It's an idiom. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Right, exactly. I think he doesn't understand what beholder means. Lulululu. To be able to carve out that lovely level of detail out of stone is amazing to me. Yes, like, it's beautiful, but it doesn't have to be at the, like, it's not a zero-sum game, right? Other things can be beautiful too, right? Like yes, Michelangelo's David is a beautiful sculpture, but that doesn't mean that we have to denigrate, right, the artwork of other people, right? Whereas he is saying that. He's saying, well, there is an objective beauty, and it's these things, right? All Western. And everything else is, you know, I don't want to use the German term that they would have used back in the 30s and 40s, but I think you know what I'm trying to get at. Right. German has functionally identical one. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Schönheit in the Augen. It's not coming to me. I don't know why. I was just looking at something in German earlier. Well, I was looking at Nachrichten, so.
Often get is that we've simply moved what kind of intelligence we care about in society. I often hear that.
Yes, Philip Blair. The ratio. Oh, no. Oh, no, I was just, adding on to what you said, right? I'm not trying to, you know, I never really try to, like, I never tried to be, like, against what anybody's necessarily saying. I was just trying to, like, go off of what you said and, like, add on to it, right? That, like, those things are beautiful. We can stand in awe of it, right? The same thing, like, you can go to Isfahan, right, in Iran. Like, you can Google it now if you want to, or later. And you can see the beauty of that city in Iran, right? It has a long, storied history, very beautiful mosques. And there is the central square where you can see, right, these beautiful bridges and et cetera, right? And it's like this idea that beauty is objective is always used as a way to then justify the destruction of, like that's what I'm saying, right? Like in the historical way, it's always been used as a way to erase, right, the artistic history and legacies of other peoples, right? So, yeah. Beauty is the ratio of one. Yeah. Again, no need to worry, PB. I was just saying, like, I usually like to add on to stuff. I'm not, you know. The golden ratio. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Since my speciality is in the humanities, that I am biased towards that topic. Well.
Okay, now he's said a big claim. His speciality is in the humanities. So now he is, so not only is he saying I'm becoming, right, a public intellectual, but that my area of speciality is the humanities. No, I'm sorry, right here. Like, this is something I do have to push back on. No, you might be interested in the humanities, but you don't, like, this is not what you think it is. If people are holding you up as a public intellectual, then it says a lot about the people who are holding you up as said public intellectual, not about the people who understand that what you're doing is methodologically incorrect. And also, now that you've claimed that your speciality is a particular section of knowledge, right? A particular center of production of knowledge, right? Now you are claiming expertise. Yeah. Oh yeah, Isfahan. Oh, like I would love to visit. I would love to visit Isfahan. Liegt im Auge der Betrachter. Oh, very nice. Beauty lies in the pudding. Beauty lies in the kitty's eyes. Yeah, go to Marketing Dork. Yeah, like this is just like no, like now that you've claimed you're becoming a public intellectual, now that you've allowed people to call you a historian, and now that you've claimed that your speciality is in the humanities, now you are making claims that require expertise. And I can say this now a bit more definitively that like no, this is not a historian. This is not a person who has a speciality. If he wanted to, he could go and get, he could, right? There are ways that he could go about doing, receiving the type of historiographical education that he needs to get before he can start making these claims. But right now he's like pop historians are held in higher regard than whatever he's doing. I'll just put it like that. Okay. I'll just put it like that. Like,
we ignore how knowledge in the sciences has grown precipitously. There is an element of truth to this, that over the last 70 or so years, our education system has massively downplayed the humanities, which used to be completely synonymous with education itself, to put more effort.
I mean, like, this is weird because it's like, this is something that actually fascists do like to use as a kind of weird cudgel against the education system, that like there already is a Marxist critique of instrumental reason, right? That's Horkheimer, right? The critique of instrumental reason. But one of the things to sort of keep in mind is that this is literally the kind of like, this is literally the first volume of Oswald Spengler's, right? The Decline of the West, right? This is literally part of René Guénon's book. Oh gosh, why am I forgetting its name right now? Not The Crisis of Modernity, although it does come up in that one, but it's the, gosh, it's his magnum opus. Why can't I remember the name? The Reign of Quantity and the Sign of the Times, where he essentially complained about, that there's a scientific view of the world, blah, blah, which there is, right? There is a scientific view of the world. Yes, that is true, right? Like, we see this when people use their idea of science, right? Scientistic ideas, not scientific, right? To justify denying trans people, right, our right to gender-affirming care, for example, right? They're not using the science, right? The science says that trans people are who they are, right? When I tell you who I am telling you who I am, right? But this is the same thing that people like Oswald Spengler, Giulio Evola, René Guénon, right? That they would be like, oh, well, as soon as we have to do things like scientifically, right? Like actually have to think about things in an empiric way and not just like riff off of whatever, right? And just start saying that, the East has more spirit magic than the West. The West lost it because, who knows, right? Would love for him to publish his findings, get peer review. Oh yeah. Oh, YT Chan. Oh yeah. Freda, that's right. Freda, I have seen a Freda video where he does takedown of his. Oh, Isfahan, she is
into STEM. In other words, if you're on the smart track, you'll be taking classes in calculus or computer science, not classics, military history, or Hermeticism. However...
Okay. What? What high school offers Hermeticism as a class? I don't know about you, but when I went to school, like when I went to grade school, there were not classes on military history, nor on Hermeticism. Okay, we did not talk about scrying stones and the language of angels at my high school. I don't know about where you went, Rudyard, but I don't know what they teach in them schools in Pennsylvania, because just science, not classics, military history, or Hermeticism. Ah, yes. Everybody get out your Corpus Hermeticum by Hermes Trismegistus. Private Quaker high school, homeschooling. He gives homeschooling energy. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Clearly, we should have gone to the Mages College in Windheim, right?
The general public literally knows nothing about science, even among educated people. There are serious...
What? There are people who are scientists in my chat. That are very much... that do know something as opposed to nothing. So, I don't know what on earth you're talking about, bro. Like, just because you don't know anybody that knows science. I feel like he does think that his... I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong on this, right? Because I don't know him, nor do I wish to. But I could almost feel that he does think that his experience is like the median, like the normal median experience of a person on the planet Earth, right? That like, oh, because I don't know anybody who's good at science, that must mean that nobody, like that weird extrapolation. But I could see it. That's the problem. It's like, that's the energy this is giving off to me. Like, oh, I don't know anybody that's good at science. Therefore, this must be generalizable to the entire world. Like, okay, no. Does being a pastry chef count as being a chemist? Yes, of course. There's food science.
Political ramifications to this across our society. In that, with scientific illiteracy, such as the left pushing for complete racial or sexual equality in society.
Why does he always have to come to this? Well, okay, that was a weird way to put that. Sorry, but he does too, in both senses of that phrasing. Why does he always have to bring this up? Like, oh, people, like, the left wants all of the races, which aren't real. Like, there's no scientific backing. Like, there was no genetic foundation for the idea of race. Race is literally just, head empty vibes, literally. Head empty, no thoughts, like that's literally race right there, like the idea of race. There is no scientific basis for the idea of race. So there we can say, okay, when we're saying that we want equality, is that we want people who are racialized, which is a form of power, by the way, as Jody Melamed talks about in Represent and Destroy, right? That racializing, right, by white people, like their ability to create races, so to speak, right, by racializing the other, is a form of power being exerted upon people. So right now he's showing it very well. He's showing his whiteness right here, right? Like he's saying these others, right, should not have to exist, right, equal to whatever I am. Whatever that is, of course. But it fundamentally predicates itself on the idea that race is real. And it's not. Right? It's a social construct. It doesn't mean it doesn't have material effects on people. Obviously it does, right? But he's literally foregoing that by saying that literally if we were to do like Herbert Spencer shit, that somehow that would be okay, right? Like, because the quote unquote inequality of the races is literally shit that like led to, scientific racism, right? I mean, that's literally the title of a book. So, and for sexual equality, like, see, this is what I don't understand, right? Like, they will say this, and then they'll start talking about things that actually don't pertain to this, right? Like, then they'll start talking about, like, libraries or something, and it's like, what does that have to do with this, right? Like, again, like when he was talking about the voting public in 1917, right, which was mostly upper class, right, landowning white men, right, and that the language was different as opposed to now, where the median voter is someone who is more or less in the middle class, particularly the lower middle class, but regardless. And now we have like marketing, advertising, right? So it's different. Like anyway, point being, like, for him to say sexual equality is like literally saying that human beings as such are equal is a problem. Like, that's literally what he's saying, right? What if Rudyard was Mark Robinson in disguise? Who's that?
With using the blank slate, or that all people can be programmed from childhood and are functionally mentally the same.
He uses the word programmed very, very specifically. Like, that wasn't just him. Like, he didn't use that word without reason. Battle for the Northwest Medicine? Male and female brains are more alike than you expect, but here are some subtle differences. I don't know if this infographic, it might be real, but I don't know that it's real. Because, I mean, anybody could put together this infographic and put that there. But I don't even know what Northwestern Medicine is. For all I know, it's like a think tank, stronger front to back connections. The male brain. The female brain. Finally, it's my caliper's time to shine, right? Oh, I think he meant sex in a medical sense, but also in terms of sexuality. I mean, like that's the thing, is like they mean it first in like men and women having, equality, but then it always expands out to other things, right? And now we have literally people using male brain and female brain, and like that men are better at front to back connections. Northwest Medicine said it, not me, okay? I'm just saying.
No one serious in the science
The men, they like the front to back connections,
believes that today across the political spectrum. The idea that men and women are the same, or biological race doesn't exist, has been completely disproven for about a decade, but our society continues to...
What are you talking about? It's not been disproven. Because you don't... What? That doesn't even logically make sense. The assertion was that there was such a thing as the inequality of races, quote unquote, which is the title of the book. Then people checked the human genome and found that there was no difference, right? Or that the differences between any group of people were so minor that they literally could not add up to anything resembling what people think it should resemble. Mark Robinson is one of the 10 who's running for governor. He's been dealing with a scandal of him commenting on this old gentleman site. Interesting. The lieutenant governor of North Carolina commenting on a website called anyone that thinks that there is more than one biological human race really needs to report. Like, literally, like, this is something that, I kid you not, they teach. I mean, this is something that was even discussed even in high school, like, for some people, right? Like, that's how, like, also, Okay. Here's another huge red flag. Jewish communities. I don't know where on earth he got this graph from. But I think I know who likes this type of graph. That's all I'm saying. Because why? Literally, Jewish people can be of any race from anywhere. So this is yeah, no.
Run by it and push agendas that are dependent upon it because the population is so scientifically illiterate. The average person has no concept of how insane modern physics is, how space and time are the same.
Bro, I don't even think you know modern. I mean, like what is this? Like, oh, people don't know this, people don't know that. I mean, you haven't proven that claim. Like, I mean, there are people now who understand, you know, Newtonian physics, right? Maybe to some degree even Einsteinian physics, right? But like, oh, if you're gonna talk about like, I don't know, like, I really don't know what's like. Don't read aloud. Oh my god. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
You are lost. You are rejected.
Like, bro, dude, you need to just calm down. Calm down. Because
Oh my God.
this is testing me. How are we only 17 minutes into this? I guess it's because I have the problem of, like, you know, liking history. So when I come across someone who is like defacing, right? I mean, I don't even know what to call this. Like this isn't even old history. Like, this is something else. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Fish smells from the head. Yes. Well, there is also that saying in English too, right? Well, at least I've heard this saying many times now. The fish rots from the head down. So, but yeah, here's just a taste. Oh. Oh my. Raven. Okay. So yes, if you'd like to support me, you could always do so by going to my Cash App, my Venmo, my Throne to help fund one of the books on there, my Patreon, and my Substack. However, only again, like, I'm sorry, I know I have a problem because I stop so much and I want to like talk about historiography and correct the history, but it's like I don't know, it's just one of those things. He did say that, yeah.
I think you'd rip apart with enough pressure, which causes black holes, that gravity controls the speed of time, or other stuff that Einstein discovered a century ago. In fact, I think of Carl...
He discovered this? I don't think that's quite the word that I would use to talk about that. Like, he discovered gravity.
Carl Sagan's description of what a scientifically illiterate society would look like, which I've put on the screen here, and it almost exactly fits what our culture looks like. People also like to say that our loss of knowledge in the humanities has been offset by greater technological progress, but that's not true. People like to say that technological progress has been occurring exponentially faster, but the reality is that technological innovation, by any objective measurement you'd pick, whether amount of breakthroughs, patents per capita, technological change per capita...
Okay, looking at these things, there is a patent out there. I kid you not. It is for an oxygen, like to breathe, right, in case of an emergency. And if you look at it, It literally has a tube going into the toilet bowl. Not underneath it. Not over it. Into the toilet bowl. Okay? It's an official U.S. patent. You can look it up if you want to. Okay? So if you want to breathe, you gotta, go to the toilet bowl and breathe in the Asmongold, near bursting septic tank fumes. That's one of the more tame ones. His other comments are wild. Oh, yeah, for sure. That sounds dramatic. Oh, my gosh. But yeah, just so you know, there is that patent application out there that you can go see. And it's very weird because it does show a person with what looks like a pipe, like as if suddenly they're using like their toilet as a hookah, essentially. So,
has peaked around 1870, has been in decline for 150 years since. We're now at the rate of technological growth of the 1600s today. We've reached...
Wait, who says this? What? Like, I hate that he just does not even... He just says it like, oh, it is true. What are you talking about? How are we back to the 1600s? Uncrustables are a patent product. I mean...
to the point where I hope the decline in educational standards is evident to the audience. The question to ask...
See, look, the solution is, 1, make it so that, right, no more of this, like, what's it called? What's that stuff they do? They were trying to do it here in California. I think they do it here in California, but it's the school voucher stuff, like all of that neoliberal just don't. It's illegal. Okay, everybody has to go to public schools. All of the private universities are now patrimony of the nation. All schools belong to the federal government, and they have to accept all the people that want to go for as much education as they so wish. Like, it's like blaming people who are at the receiving end of, right, the cannibalization of the education, the culture of education in the United States. Like, yeah, when you have people that are like, oh, well, we have this charter school over here that takes away money that would otherwise go from your taxes to pay for the public school. Instead, we're going to have these that look really nice and flashy, but they go bust. Like 90% of them go bust within like the first few years. So then what do you do with your kid? Then you have to move them to another school. And what do we know about moving kids to lots of different schools? It affects them, right? It does. It eventually begins to create certain aspects of trauma, et cetera, right? Because of many different things, but also stressors, et cetera, right? And at the same time, you're literally leeching away from your own community and giving it to private industry. So either everything is public and all of those endowments and everything is made so that way all of the education standards are raised up. And that's it. But that's communism, yeah. Centralizing. No. I want to. When I that's why I said federalize. That it would be still run by each individual state, perhaps. But the point being that, like, there would be no tuition, there would be no stuff like that, right? That's what I mean, right? That, like, the money will always be there for the universities, yeah. But in the United States, we already have a federally divided schooling system, so it's already there. But I do see your point, though. And media are primarily a state and not a federal matter in Germany, to repeat the yeah, right. So that's what I would say is, like, yes, the universities would be run by the states because that's actually kind of makes sense, right? But in my view, it's like, if you live in California, you should be able to go to any school in California, right? Same thing with a job. Like if you're an academic, you should be able to get a job where you live, right? Like you shouldn't have to move to, you know, Bunnell City, Nebraska, in order to be able to, you know. Well, it's not even the sheer scale of fees at UCLA. It's the fact that you have to apply for classes a year in advance. Like, can you plan the rest of your year in advance? Like, 12 months from now, do you know what your life is going to be like? Because you know. Exactly. Like there should be no out of state, no nothing. Everybody is treated equally. Everybody gets to have a good education. How about we just do that? Everybody gets a good education. Enough of this neoliberal bullshit. Just enough. Thanks. And no more weird voucher things. Like, enough. Stop. You know. You wanna take a job in a state with no Mexican food? Well. Even having to apply for classes at Manchester and Leipzig, we picked classes during the summer break. But see, like, that would be for fall and spring, right? This is this fall, you're applying for next fall, your classes. So you have to presume that you're going to pass this semester, right? Next semester, and then get into that class. So, you know, it's a problem. It's a problem. That's a common saying. Agreed. Wait, what are you? Stay out of our education, Jay-Z. Didn't he leave the country? But that you have to apply. Here you inform them what you're taking. There's no applying. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, and also the Bundesländer system, right? Like when it comes to universities, is also very, very different too, because like the universities themselves don't function like the ones in the United States, right? Like the United States, I don't know, they decided to go for a very, well, but the way in which they run is a very different thing, like especially compared to the ones in England, for example, right? Where you don't apply to like Oxford, right? You apply to a college at Oxford that has a, you know, a department, so to speak, of what you're trying to study, right? So, but that you have to apply. Here you inform them you are taking. Yeah. Wow, I'm still streaming. I know. I'm actually surprised. I was not expecting for this to go this long, but we're only 18 minutes in and 4 hours
especially
out.
given the amount of education an average person receives has gone up vastly in the last century.
Again, this is blaming people for the fact that what is valued in education and what type of education people can receive, that the actual value that can be gained, right, like what the society values, has plummeted at the same time, right? So it's a negative correlation on this graph, right? That when very few people went to university, that's when you could have people that essentially lived on campus forever and could study whatever they wanted and could take as long as they wanted at their university program. The more you have people, especially BIPOC, going into the university, that's the reason why after the 1960s, that's when you get the introduction of tuition fees in most public schools, right? Like Columbia used to be free. Stanford used to be free. Now it's definitely not free. I mean, like if they could charge you just to walk into Stanford, they would. I thought the University of Birmingham functioned that way and St. Andrews, but I could be wrong. So, but yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, because the University of Essex functions more like, yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, possibly Scott. Oh, no need to apologize. I was just like thinking like, well, I do think that there might be other schools, but like that's immaterial to your point. Like, yeah, I'm talking about the exception, not necessarily the rule. So you're right. JC fled the country. I could have sworn that he went somewhere where like you can't be extradited back to the U.S. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing JC with someone else, unfortunately.
Time of the American Civil War, 0.5% of the population went to college. The purpose of college in that era anyway.
Well, he's I think he's going to actually say it, but when 0.5% of the amount of the population went to college, they were all they were all presumed to be cis-het white men of means, right? Like, they knew they were going to get a job afterwards, right? They knew that if they wanted to stay there, as long as they could, right? They knew that their choice was either become an academic or go to the divinity school or go to blah, 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 right? Like, it was only, right, essentially aristocratic young men that went to college. I don't know if he did. Now I'm feeling my private school used to be $100 in the 70s. Anthony Bourdain said that was his tuition. Oh, I know the place. Yeah.
It was mostly drinking and partying for elite networking. Now about 1/3 of the population.
Okay, look. Yes, there was a lot of wine drinking at the university, but again, it was because like what was important was building those social networks of people, right? Because that's how you expanded businesses, right? I mean, even now, networking is a huge thing, right? In fact, that's what universities do, right? In this hyper-competitive space that we're in now, like UCLA, USC, right? Cal State LA, Cal State Long Beach, whatever it is, they're all teaching you they're all like, you need to do networking, you need to do this, you need to learn how to do an elevator pitch, you need to know how to do this type of presentation. Like, there's so many things you have to learn just to sell yourself. That's it. Like, to literally just to sell yourself as a product, and using the connections that you can gain via the university system, right? Of which we know that even in public universities, those who are legacy students, those who are, from wealthier families, right? They already have a ticket, right, to go into the spaces that you would have to, like, even for professional organizations, you would have to prove that you're worthy to go in, right? So that's the big part of the draw for the elite unis, right? I mean, that's why I said, like, the Ivy League in the United States still is and has always been the forcing house of the American civil service. Just look at the presidents. Just look at all the secretaries of state. Just look at all of them, because the way how they get things done, it's not about necessarily what you know. It's about who you know. And that's what gets things done in Washington and in London and in Paris and in and in Ottawa. E.g., at the Supreme Court of the UK, 11 of the 12 judges attended Oxford or Cambridge, right? And I'm trying to think. I think was it Theresa May? No, or no, I think it was Margaret Thatcher. She was the first Prime Minister of Britain that had never gone to the elite boarding schools, because, I mean, one, they're only for men. I mean, they're only for boys technically, but point being that, yeah, that she never went to Eton, right? Correct. She didn't go. In fact, they actually wrote a whole book called The Etonians, describing that, right? Yeah, because everybody else, like, literally, if you go to Eton and then you go to Oxford, and you particular colleges at Oxford, like, if you go to Eton and you go to Balliol College, Oxford, you literally, like, you can pick whatever the fuck you want. You want to be prime minister? You can be prime minister. Because you hit a lottery twice over. Yeah, Kevin McCarthy, before he was ousted, wasn't there primarily for his ability as a statesman. It was because his ability to fundraise. He knew the right people. Right. I mean, it's the same thing with so many other people in both U.S. Regimes, right? Regimes and British regimes, right? That it's always just a whole bunch of people that know a whole bunch of other people, right? And there are always favors out in the air, right, ready to be cashed in at any moment. She also knighted Jimmy Savile, sorry. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson was Eaton Balliol, I'm telling you. Like, if you do Eaton Balliol, you can get anywhere. I mean, that's literally like a key to the city, but to every position of power. Right? Like, any high-ranking law firm would hire you. Any high-ranking consultancy firm would hire you. Any high-ranking, because that's all what it is. It's a way to vet you prior to you even, right? Eaton is a way of doing that. Balliol's a way of doing that. Hello, Brett James. Obama wasn't the smartest guy, but he was most charismatic, and that's what matters, right? He was charismatic, but he also knew a lot of people, right? Like, if you look at the people that surrounded him, right? Like, for example, look at Joe Biden. And to ensure you had a, right, quote unquote, proper upbringing, right? Exactly. Look at Joe Biden. He's a very well-connected person. Right? That's why he was able to stay in power for so long, right? As a senator, right? Like, you don't have that many terms in office if you don't know people, right? And you don't know who can give you money for this and this and this, right? So those are one of the important things to consider, right? That, like, same thing with Hillary, right? Like, it was almost a bit too much to know, right? Everybody who supported her, right? But if you looked at it, it's like, oh, we know that these outfits are funding her. We know that these are the ones endorsing her. We know blah, 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 right? Like, you have to look not just at the person, because yes, charisma and particularly oratory prowess is seen as very important in U.S. elections. Right? That's the reason why, for example, like, this is something that Rudyard isn't taking into account. Oratory in the present moment is not about long speeches, right? Like, for example, Nelson Mandela, right, when he was convicted in South Africa, right, to life in prison. He said he wanted to give a speech. It lasted 3 hours. 3 hours. When Fidel Castro, when he also, in a similar situation, had to give a speech, he spoke. And he spoke for 2 hours. That's not typical. Right? Like, the age of the long speech. I mean, that's just people don't, like, that's just something that has passed, right? Like, that's something that has come and gone always. Now, we have an age where we have marketing and advertising and all of these things, and we have social media, TikTok, Twitter, blah, 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 right? And so, getting those statements, right, where again, even the hand gestures, right, remember the, like, thing that Obama would always do, the pointing with the thumb, right, the stuff like that, right, like, those things all add up, right, so that you do not have to do so much speaking. Instead, there are other rhetorical flourishes that you can do, right, while stating things in a particular manner, right, in the composition, right. Like, Rudyard is complaining about the composition of something, but he's not understanding that the conditions in which it is composed is different, right? Like, Baroque music is different from romantic music, right? He might think of it all as classical, right? But there are differences between those two things, right? In one, you need a counterpoint. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Letter Hack. I appreciate it so very much. Welcome, welcome in. I thank you so very much. I am so happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome in. It's so nice to see you all. I hope you had a good stream. Letterhack, I hope you had a good stream. I hope that you're all ready to discuss some bad history. But we're here. I clearly worked on... I mean...
population goes to some form of college, whether 4-year or community college. It was normal for people in the very educated northern states to stop what we would consider to be schooling at middle school. And for...
I mean, again, like he's not looking at this in the context in which it occurred. Like, yes, schooling would end at schooling would end at in the 6th grade. Typically, that's usually where it would end. Would be the 6th grade. Sometimes it would be the 8th grade, depending. But to the point where usually it was, a lot of the times it was girls that were given a lengthier education. But that's neither here nor there, because the type of education was one focused on, domesticity, so to speak. So what you get here is like, yes, but it's also a one-room schoolhouse, right? You have people of all different grades being taught by one teacher, right? In a room that very often doubled as a church as well. Not always, but usually there was a good amount of them that were. So Monday through Friday, it was a school. Saturday, it was used for some other public purpose. Sunday, it was used for church. Because again, like, there weren't many, whatever buildings you had or the buildings you had. So you had to use what you had. One important thing to keep in mind is that one of the reasons why, in fact, the most important reason why people did stop their children's schooling so young was because then they put them to work. Right? And in fact, I actually remember I shouldn't say testimony, but actually, in fact, it's actually in Francisco Valderrama's book, right? Dr. Valderrama's book, The Decade of Betrayal, where he's talking about that, like, Mexican kids, right, like here in California, right, like they just would not send them to school, and they would end up having to play, right, whilst working in the fields, and where even a baby, right, would have to be taken out and put in between, the different rows of the crop that they were working on. And, the mother would have to take care of the child even there, right? So, like, we have to remember that this dynamic is still existing, especially in the 19th century, right? So it's so nice to see you, Brett. Hello, Pitchforks. Hello, Donald James. On being a good servant to the male who and again, this was also during if you go far back enough, right, you even have the laws of coverture, right, where literally you, like, if you once you marry, I mean, in England this was more the case, right, but in England, unless every male person that could inherit, right, the inheritance that your father had, right, like your cousins, etc., 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 right? Unless that was the case, like there were women who, because their husband died, their brothers died, etc., that was the only way that women were actually able to be legal persons, because otherwise the laws of coverture meant that they would always become covered, right? Because coverture means to cover, right? Couverture, right? By whatever man is near her, her father, her husband, her brother, and they would get everything. Everything of hers would belong to him. That would be his property, like that. In West Germany, a man could quit his wife's job until the 1960s or so. Could legally. Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, coverture. It might have a. It should be that.
Their schooling to be in one-room schoolhouses with a single teacher. However, this society very clearly outcompeted us on educational output and educational level for the entire society. I believe this is due to a handful of factors, which largely
How do you even measure that? Because the things that they were taught, like a lot of the things that people were taught, for example, I mean, like, again, like trying to use an example like this and then generalizing it for a society doesn't, like, this historiographically, this doesn't make any sense, because then you would have to prove that it was generalized, right? That this was generalized. And we know it wasn't, because public education being mandatory was not a thing. So for him to say that that educational output, whatever that even means, for the United States at that time, it just doesn't follow, right? Like you cannot compare the present moment to a past moment where there are no grounds for comparison other than the fact that people are educated now and some people were educated then. The United States. He's talking about the United States.
Less around the self-interests of different social sets in our society. No one involved planned or wanted this. However, it happened since it was easier for these groups' incentive structures, and it occurred over the process of centuries without us knowing. Why is equality good? I want you to spend a second thinking about that. Most of us have been told ever since the cradle that equality is naturally one of the highest virtues. However, we all know that people really aren't equal. Napoleon is better than
What? No, Monsieur de Gobineau. No. Like, seriously, how? Yeah, I know. Like, how do we even measure educational output? Whatever that even means. Like, I'm just like, bruh, like, what are you even? So in 1958, a man could quit. So far, okay. So a man could quit his wife's job in her stead, right? He could quit, as it were, for her. Until 1977, she was only allowed to work insofar as it was, quote, compatible with her duties in marriage and family. Wow. That was in West Germany, too. Wow. That's... I'm sorry, but, like, why are we comparing... I mean, who's even going to compare Napoleon to?
Boo-boo by any conceivable metric. If they are...
What? How can you even compare these two people? You can't compare. The man could determine... Yeah, on her behalf. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that was also a big thing in England, but even more so, where, like, women could not work at all without her husband or her father or her, like, whatever male relative that was given, as it were, possession over her, right? They were the ones that could decide, right? So, like, I just don't get this comparison. Like, I mean,
aren't equal, why do they deserve the same things? Our society treats...
But they didn't have the same things. This dude tried to invade Russia, and she is just like a reality TV show personality. Like, that's it. Like, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. They don't quote unquote deserve, right? They deserve the same modicum of human respect and dignity, and they don't deserve to be compared. Like, again, like this is one of the things too, is like when they decide to try to pull this stunt right here, is that they're like, is Alexander the Great the same as like Elmo? You know, it's like, bruh, like, what are you talking about? In Ireland, women were forced to work. Yeah. I know that there was like different societal changes from particularly after the Good Friday Agreement, from what I understand. Honey Boo Boo was feeding her family without the necessary money. Napoleon was a complete maniac. I'd say she's a better person. Yeah, I mean, like, again, you don't have to cause the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people, and also try to re-enslave the Haitians, in order to be great, quote unquote. In fact, that actually puts you. You're not on any good list. I'll put it like that. Yay! Another subscription. Look, when women got the vote in Switzerland decades. Oh, wasn't it like 73, right? In Schweiz.
It's equality as a natural good driven fundamentally off faith. To be fair, I think equality is good if it can be paired with greatness.
Great. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, bro. Like, okay, I just need you to just take a step back. Just take a step back. And just like hold your horses. Because what do you even mean by greatness? He shows a picture where she's with the, yeah, I know. Nay, yeah. That YouTuber should be feeding a family of the size of hers with her income. This dude literally spends his money on, like, I don't even know, on apparently books that are outdated and aren't even used by historians, and yet decided in this video to actually add like strong claims of him having a speciality, of him being a public intellectual, and him not saying that he, you know, him being called a historian, right? So, welcome all to the Shakespeare stream. We are currently watching the video of an apparent public intellectual and specialized historian, WhatIfAltHist, who apparently says that human society is driven off polarities, which it is important to balance between. So does that mean that he's pro, like, wouldn't this mean that, like, would this make him pro MB? Because if it's like balance, I mean, like, then it would be like, well, then it would have to be something that's neither this nor that. So, I mean, and like this, like, what does this even mean? Like, between, I mean, greatness, equality. I mean, this doesn't make any sense because this is a dependent word, right? It depends on something, right? Because it's modifying something, right? It is either describing something, right? Or, you know, decadence, what? Okay, I don't even know how these two are two different. And then day and night. How do we balance between day and night?
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, Also, love is quite close to hate in many ways. I mean, e.g., apathy is an opposite of to both love and hate, right? And it's like we don't want a world full of apathetic people, right? But we also don't want a world full of hatred, right? So it's a very strange thing. Pitchforks, what a lib, nay. Hell yeah. Yeah, the horse noise. I always got to, you know? Every person should have the right to equal opportunity. Not everyone is going to be great, but everyone should have the same opportunity. Right. I mean, like, he's saying that, like, that even stating that, right? That, like Honey Boo Boo is successful in her own way, right? In her own way, right? And if she's happy, then she's happy, right? Saying, but she's not Napoleon. I mean, do you want her to be? I mean, do you want her to be a conqueror? Like, I don't understand. Like, is that what society needs right now? Like, right now, do we need a Napoleonic figure? I don't think so. I think we're good. I think I guess technically there were 3 Napoleons, but you know, 1 Napoleon, the first one is enough. That's just my opinion, though. Like, because because otherwise, like, I honestly don't know. I'm just, because I know that. I mean, there were times watching earlier of this stuff where I honestly thought, you know, like we were gonna hear. Thankfully, we didn't. But Honey Boo Boo conquered the hearts of America on Dancing on the Stars. Right. But still, how do you balance between day and night? Does this mean that we neither live in day or night? What is the third option? The secret... Like, what are the secret third options here?
A society without any sense of equality will devolve.
It could be argued that the past didn't need a Napoleonic figure. I would argue that. Right, I mean, I would say that too. Like, we didn't need Napoleon. I mean, again, like I said, we did not need senseless wars killing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Because also disease, etc., etc., etc. Or trying to re-enslave the Haitians. That too. That we could have also gone without that as well. Very, very importantly. And also to have absolved them of the debt that they owed too.
Evolve into horrifying oppression and tyranny, while one with no sense of superiority and greatness will consume itself through monotony, envy, and resentment. Or exactly what's happening to our society. People believe things for reason.
How does the East is Red and the Nazis marching past the Brandenburg, how are those two things equal? I mean, one of them is a reference to a song. Like, but okay. Greatness, equality, that one doesn't. Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense, ironically. Yeah, regarding to the Twilight Zone on purpose, right? That's a very good point. Clearly, cats balance all of those things. True. They're both decadent, lying around all day looking pretty, and barbaric, torture playing with rodents. They can be like day and night, black and white cats. I mean, I don't know what's between... Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be Twilight, I guess.
And they believe things...
Because in Spanish, we have a concept of la hora gris, right? Which means, like, the gray hour, but that kind of... You know.
That help them. The reason equality is important to our society is firstly since the invention of the firearm democratized the battlefield, where aristocracy made sense.
Wait. The firearm democratized the battlefield? How? How did it democratize the battlefield? Also, I mean, just horned helmets, I see. The Teutonic Order. Interesting.
In a society in which you had to spend 10 years studying the blade in order to fight well as a knight. Secondly, industrial civilization prizes uniformity. This is since...
Oh, no. No, please don't make references to Ted. Please. Please don't make references to Ted K. I'm actually glad that we didn't watch that one because I don't even know how that one would have been. You don't need to train usage of a gun, I suppose. I mean, you should though, right? I mean, you technically don't have to. Ted Kaczynski. Or pardon me, Dr. Theodore John Kaczynski. That reminds me, my daughter got a lot of glitter on me. Oh, studying the blade. When is gray hour? It's it's like the earliest hours of the morning, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, right? Like essentially when you cannot discern, right, between objects, right, where it seems like it's gray outside, right, where you can't tell if it's one thing or another thing. Right. I mean, I was never in any military. I never used a firearm. Look, I am a professional civilian. Okay, like I study genocide studies and the international law that goes with that. Like I am a professional civilian. Okay, I don't want to be in any like. But I'm pretty sure you need fire. You're trained to use them effectively, right? That's why I'm wondering, like, why he's saying it democratized the battlefield. Because then I have to question, but what about artillery, right? I mean, like, because guns are not, like, all equal, right? I mean, now, I mean, I don't want to get into, like, anyway, where guns are created all equal.
Factory, the more uniform you make things, the more interchangeable, and thus the process is cheaper. Industrial civilization's natural incentive is thus to push for uniformity at all costs.
That's why the nuclear family was started, Rudyard. That's why the nuclear family was started during the Second Industrial Revolution. And is still held as being somehow traditional to this day, even though that is not true. We know this because if you read the Bible, it describes a type of family that is not nuclear. You didn't even have to be quote unquote blood related to be part of someone's family. So the whole story about Lot and his daughters, again, it doesn't mean that they were his daughters in the way how we think of daughters, right? It just means they were part of his clan and were young and were of the generation newest to him. But I have used virtual firearms. Even that needs training. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I'm thinking, like, I mean, even for video games, right? Like you can't just, just. I'm sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like, like I would expect it would be a little harder, especially because like some are right. I mean, I don't know. I'm over here acting like I go to the range every weekend or something.
This also explains our society's obsession with multiculturalism. In a society in which it's cheaper to coordinate manufacturing over many countries, where a t-shirt is often produced in over a...
It's funny how he comes so close to critiquing capitalism, right? Like particularly like neoliberalism and imperialism, right? He gets so close, but he's actually not close, right? He's actually really, really far away, right? It just looks like he's close, right? And yes, please make sure to join the Discord if you'd like to. On Fridays and Saturdays, we have community nights that include the screening of a movie, and then usually we chat and play games afterwards. So,
dozen different nations before ending up on your shelf. Multiculturalism benefits the elite since it makes this cooperation across many...
Bro, you're literally a libertarian. That means you like this. You're acting like it's bad now. Like your heroes did this, right? You know what I mean, so to speak. Like I just imperialism does this.
Different cultures easier and thus cheaper. The thing here is that this process will try to turn things into
What does it have to do with the... By the way, in the study called Racial Formation in the United States, published in 1986, it actually was said, and this is actually very important for this election, and I want to be very clear. I know I might not have the biggest audience, and I get that. I'm just a history streamer. I'm just a historian right here. But even then, Omi and Wenent noted that even back then in 86, people were using the term culture as a cover-up word, right? As we learned yesterday what that means, right? For race. So when they say it's a culture war, when they say multiculturalism, when they say, oh, these other cultures, right? That even in 1986 was recognized as a rhetorical thing that was done by right-wingers to no longer have to use the term race, right? Oh, it's not about race. It's their culture, right? Quote unquote, right? As as the near bursting septic tank guy said, right? Can we say libertarian alert? Yeah, we definitely do need one for sure. Let's see. Do I have an alert? No, that's not it. That's not it. Let's see. What would be the libertarian alert? Okay.
Oh my God!
We'll just go with that for now. Okay.
Changeable cogs, including the people in the process itself. You need to be able to get people to show up for their shift at the factory, where they do their one task on repeat. Have them.
He always gets super close and then hard right, turn right. I mean, yes, right. Because he's always like, capitalism cannot be the problem, though. It's like, I'm sorry, look, I understand that you benefit from capitalism a lot. But the thing you hate caused by capitalism.
Show up at the exact same time when the machine has to run, and then send them home at the exact same time while they do their appointed thing. The problem here is that humans didn't evolve for this. We evolved to hunt and forage. After that...
Ach, mein Gott. I remember once reading in an anthropology article that stated quite matter-of-factly that foraging, right, not hunting, provided 9/10 of the food in prehistorical times. So this whole thing of like men coming back with deer all the time and whatever, but that's nonsense. It's like how it is now. It's like, oh, I saw a buck and he was about this, if I was so close, if I would have just gotten a little closer, same thing. Just back then, prior to 6,000 years ago. So berries, nuts, vegetables, etc. was what actually fed people. The occasional meat was used. But yeah, saying hunters and gatherers or foragers is like making them seem like they're co-equal, when one of them almost always had to provide the vast majority of the food anyway, because hunting is not like a for sure thing that will, as much as people like to depict, right, like human beings being successful, we know from hunting now, even with modern weaponry, that it's not easy. It was not easy back then either. Makes sense. 90%. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the anthropologist, but it was about like, it was several years ago, but I remember them talking about it, that like we can tell because they did like archaeological searches of the dung pits or whatever they might call. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name they usually give them, but where they could essentially look at what people ate at the time, and it was like broccoli, spinach, blueberries, raspberries, onions, garlic, and then like sort of in the last 100 years it's like maybe a little piece of steak, just as a treat. Think of what a luxury meat used to be. Right, exactly. I mean, even for myself, like, again, I'm Jewish and I'm a Mexican Jew, right? So it's many magnitudes harder for kosher meat to be available in Mexico for many reasons. And so my grandfather was a kosher butcher. And it was because that he was the butcher, right? And this is something that my great-grandparents told him, that, like, it's a good thing to know this skill, right? To become a shochet, as we say in Hebrew, because then you can always keep a little extra, just little tiny little slips, right, for yourself, right? So that way, you can make sure that, that you can feed your family, right? And that's literally so much of what, like, literally just the little ends and bits and pieces were what was put in the stews or whatever it was made, so to give it that flavor, but also the occasional thing to eat, right? But even then, like, if you go to Mexico, you'll notice one thing very quickly, and that is that when the way how they slice, the way how they cut meat in Mexico, it's very thin. Very thin. And that's not an accident. It's because it still is a luxury in many ways in Mexico. Even beans are actually very expensive in Mexico. I like to cut my meat thin too. Yeah, I mean, that's how Mexico, they like to do it, but in America, they like the big old sizzler steaks. Lard must be a struggle. Thankfully, like, even when it comes to tamales, you can use oil. So, thankfully. Let me see here. That's good. It depended on the context, of course. Oh, yeah, of course. Meat is, luxurious. If you were a Northern Ice Age Europe mammoth. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Gothic Spunny. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oh, hello. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I'm glad that you raided in. I hope that you had a good stream. Have a good night. And have a good rest. It was successful if you use a large group. Mm-hmm. So they were forced to go after meat, and eventually, with domestication, with more and more dairy than other parts in the world. Yeah, Tex-Mex is like, it is not luxury Mexican food. I don't know who told you that, but that is not luxury anything. In fact, I actually have a distinct memory of my grandfather saying, "You do not put cumin in rice." It wasn't like Mexican rice, right? Like, very distinct memory. Kind of like how American pizza is Italian pizza. Well, see, the difference is that Italian pizza, the emphasis is different, right? In America, it's all about the crust, Like, that's the reason why you got, your hand, your whole little, that's the reason why you got all the weird little hand action, when it comes to, And then you have, like New York style, and then you have Detroit style, and then you have Chicago style, Cincinnati style, St. Louis style, Memphis style pizza, right? And then you have something like, LA style pizza, right? Which is like thin crust, right? Like, that's what they want, is a very, very, very thin crust. In fact, it's almost like, like, I'm not even joking. Like, I know people that they like to make unsalted matzah, though. They like to make matzah pizza bread. Here, American pizza means thick base. Right, exactly, the crust, right? It's thick and fluffy. In Italy, the emphasis is not on the crust. It's on the cheese. That's the reason why you have to eat it with a fork and a knife. Yeah, they're very light on the toppings, but that's because it's more about the cheese that they have on it. Like, in fact, I remember like when I was living in Rome, at the time when I was doing research and other things there, and teaching. Um, I remember that like one of the things that for sure I just immediately comes to mind is the fact that when it comes to pizza, right? Like I remember once going to this mercato. I'm not gonna say which one, but un mercato in la città di Roma, right? So to speak, right? In the city of Rome. E veramente era più bello. But what's also important is that there I got told, and I'm talking about they had pictures, they had they were showing me all sorts of things, talking about this, the cheese that is made, that was used on the pizza, that the pizza person told me, like, oh, this cheese, they sell it in this market and only in this market. They were telling me that the cheese comes from sheep that graze on the hills overlooking the Pope's summer palace. I'm like, yeah, that's not a thing that you would hear in America. That's not, you'd probably say, oh, this cheese, it comes from I don't know, it comes from Tennessee. What do I know? Right? Come on, rate a stream. Italian pizza, yeah, it is. California pizza is gross. Oh, no, look, I understand it, right? Like, for example, my mother, big fan of LA style pizza, right? Big fan. Father, different story. Mexican pizza, just know it's made differently. In Argentina, they make it with like corn flour. So just so you know, they change everything up over there. I don't know why, but poisonous, blessed sheep. I thought Luigi's, a local pizza parlor, was pretty good in Othello, but generally, yeah, right. Again, I understand that a lot of people dislike California style because it's, again, in the United States, when we have a culture that emphasizes crusts, to have a thin crust is not the best necessarily of crusts to have, right? Like in Italy, that would make more sense, right? But like I know people, like, again, even if you were to go to some of the places in Naples or wherever it might be, you're there and you see people eating. In fact, the word pizza actually is the word for pie in Italian. So you see people eat everything but the crust. Kind of like some people with sandwiches, right? Where they, it's kind of like an Uncrustables, but pizza, hear me out. Naan is the best foundation for pizza. I've used naan. I have not used naan, but I have used pita, and I can also attest to it being quite good. I like avocado on pizza. It's Californian. It's actually good. We'll see. It also depends on the type of pizza, right? Because like if you want to make, what's it called? One of those barbecue chicken pizzas, right? With the spicy, right? Where instead of putting the tomato sauce, you put the barbecue sauce instead, right? And then you put the smoked Gouda cheese and all that, right? You do that. I think it'd be too much effort to first bake naan and then make the pizza from it. Well, here in America, usually people just buy naan. So, Name something with avocado you didn't like. I remember getting a clip around the ear, age 6, for asking my mom for a fork and knife. Sounds like a bit close to... Yeah, the dough takes time to rise. Yeah, it does take a while. Like, I remember once I was trying to do pita, right? And I don't know why, but like for some reason, The people thought that like the people that I was hanging out with at the time, I was over at their house. They thought that I was gonna make it like that morning. I'm like, no, 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 no. This is gonna take a while. You know, that's not how this works. You know, like these aren't pancakes. You know, yeah, but supermarket naan is probably. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. I do know of a bakery. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not very close by. However, there is a bakery that is like essentially like a Swana, right, or a Mena bakery. That's unfortunately a little too far, but like when I can get out there, immediately I get like stuff from there that I couldn't otherwise get. Like, for example, I got some Turkish delight just the other day. Not many people from the subcontinent. Oh, interesting. Avocado brought toast back. It's funny because I remember reading that the most inexpensive meal in Victorian Britain, I kid you not, was a toast sandwich. It was toast, right, with butter, salt and pepper, right? And then 2 soft pieces of bread on top of it, you know, on either side of that, right? Like the toast was the filling, you know. Focaccia, oh yeah, focaccia's really good, really, really good.
We adapted over thousands of years to farming, which was still done in seasonal turns inside villages with people we knew. Humans evolved for...
Ah, yes, because of course, now that we have modern technology, we never have to worry about farming seasonally, of course. That's...
changing and variable work with people they knew.
Wait a second, what? What's this? Industrial era art be like, oh no, a giant evil, depersonalizing, standardized force is trying to destroy the human soul. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Princess Mononoke, The Matrix? So the second industrial revolution is analogous to the Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. And I've never seen Princess Mononoke, so I don't know. The Matrix, you know, Harry Potter, he's never read 1984. Come on. You've never read 1984, and we know it. My goodness gracious. Fight Club. You've never... The movie doesn't count. The movie doesn't count, okay? Where they meet in the book is far more important. 2001 A Space Odyssey? I literally have never watched that. Terminator? I have no idea. Byronic Fairy Nightmare Dame. Hello, welcome in. OMG, slightly delayed response, but yes. To the non-bread pizza as well as, hear me out, non-bread tacos. Oh, well, see, look. So when I visited the Middle East, right? When I went to, when I was staying with, and I've mentioned this before, right? That like, when I was staying with Bedouins, who very kindly, you know, allowed me to stay with them. It was interesting because I noticed, and I think Boy Meets Minnie will remember this, because I know I remember him being here when I last brought this up. That I essentially noticed that when I was eating food, right, like when we were having dinner, essentially, that I was essentially making everything I got into a taco. Like I would get pita and immediately start putting like the rice and then the meat and everything, and I would just kind of like make it already like that. And they were kind of like interested in like, because that's not typically how they eat. So they were kind of like, you know, like, what are you doing, right? But, you know, I was just, you know, Tron should be on that list. Terminator is not about the human soul. I've never watched it. The second Industrial Revolution seems like references to understand social economic oppression. Weird, right? For sure, yeah. It's the natural way, though, for real. Well, I mean, for me, I was just thinking, like, I don't want, like, so, like, when you're staying with Bedouins, like, in the tents, right, you want to make sure that, well, one of the things is you're sitting on the ground, right? Like, I mean, there's like a cushion, right? And then there's like these beautiful carpets, right? That it's on, right? So you're sitting down, right? And you can use a spoon, right? Like they will give you a spoon if, you're not, but typically you do the more typical eating like that. And one of the things when I first went there was I did not want to make a mess, right? Like I didn't want to upset my hosts by causing a big old mess. So I thought, well, if I wrap everything in the pita, right, then everything will be okay, right? Because then at least I can know I can make it into a taco and eat it, right? And I know, that, and so that's what I did, right? I was trying to be conscious of my hosts, so there's no logic to. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't even know Harry Potter. Like, what? Do you remember how they get to the castle in Harry Potter?
We really don't like the monotony that industrial civilization entails. The entire genius artistic output of the last 150 years has been a rebellion against industrial civilization for a reason. The modern education system was founded in the early 19th century.
Okay. No, it has not all been in rebellion of, although there have been many people that were, rebellious towards, for sure. But to say that it's all a rebellion toward, that's giving a lot of people a lot of credit, that's for sure. But also, yeah, I mean, again, like I said, like I was just trying to make sure that I didn't cause, any need for cleanup, right? Because, I was very self-conscious, I guess, or conscious of myself, right? Particularly that first day. So, but yeah.
Century in Prussia, and then secondarily.
Wait, this says Italy's. Plural. Why? There's only one Italy, not Italy's. Anyway, I don't know.
Scotland. Prussia was a country in Central Europe stuck on a flat plain, surrounded on all sides by brutal invaders. The warfare of that time involved tremendous discipline, in which armies would stand in straight lines and fire against each other. Their school system was explicitly designed to churn out men who would happily do what...
He really thinks that, like, there were no other maneuvers except for stand in line. Like, no. What? He means before. I know, but it still wasn't Italy. I mean, he could have said the Kingdom of Two Sicilies and he would have been correct, but I don't know. I'm just joking. Don't worry about that, Catholic. But like this, it's like, you can even read von Clausewitz or the Krieg, like it's on war, right? It's Prussia.
From the perspective of human nature was a bizarre thing. Scotland was one of the first places where the Industrial Revolution took place.
Yeah, I don't get...
In the same manner that the educational system was designed in Prussia to produce docile soldiers, it was...
I have... Docile soldiers? When I think of a soldier, the last thing that comes to mind, or one of the last things that comes to mind, is docile. I think I understand what he's trying to get at, right? That they were just following orders, right? Don't get all Nuremberg on me, Justice Jackson. Like, I understand, don't, But I think that's what he's trying to get at, right? That, like, they would just follow orders, right? But docile is not the word to say that. Yeah, I still don't get the Harry Potter thing. I'm sorry, I got a buzz. Can we go back a second to understand the poor argument? Yeah, of course. The IOF, right? They're very docile, aren't they?
Human nature was a bizarre thing. Scotland was one of the first places where the Industrial Revolution took place, and in the same manner that the educational system was designed in Prussia to produce docile soldiers, it was redesigned to make good factory workers. The modern...
First of all, if you're going to talk about the Industrial Revolutions, you could not say that Scotland is a place where it started before England. By far, England is the place where it started, right? And it's from England, from there where it spreads out, right? Eventually to northern France and Belgium, the Netherlands, northern Germany, France, etc. And then it goes out from there. Yes, Scotland does have a very industrialized part, but it's literally this middle part right here, this like thinnest part of the country. Like the northern part is not industrialized. Even to this day, it's not industrialized. But this part right here, right, like these like green areas right here, it's essentially the areas that are in green, and then this little area here that's in red. Like that's it. Like, because here you have Glasgow and here you have Edinburgh. So, you sound like Fran Drescher in the episode of The Nanny where she eats wasabi and has sinuses clear for the first time. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. We're breaking up the dumb bad faith argument so much that it's hard to remember the last stupid thing. Oh, no, trust me. I know. I get it. That's why, like, again, we're only 22 minutes into this thing, and it's... Hello, Dr. Roboculus. Welcome in. Why we're at 5 hours, and we've only gotten 22 and a half minutes in, because I like to be thorough.
The educational system was very explicitly designed to turn people into good factory workers. In fact, it spread in exactly the same time, in the same places as the Industrial Revolution. This is something the founders of the American public school system were very clear about. The people who founded the American public school system and those who updated it in the early 20th century openly said they were doing this to make more efficient workers.
That's because of... I like how this has to be a conspiracy, you know? Like, it can't be, well, we live in an industrial capitalist society, so therefore, everything must everything must suit. I mean, like, Althusser goes into this on ideology, right? That, like, the material conditions, right, are what influence the ideological superstructure, right, and they, interact with one another, right? Yeah, well, Well, again, like I said, if we hit the donor goal, which we actually hit it again, for donating a book, sponsoring a book for my research, then we do a bad history review.
The thing is that for public schools, the expectation was that the kids leaving this would be working in factories. The elite who managed the factories would go to private schools and attend colleges, which, before World War II, were basically elite networking institutions.
I already said this like an hour ago. Like, that's what it was. Yeah, of course that's what it was. You get a whole bunch of rich, aristocratic boys together, right? Like young men. And what are they going to do? Honestly, just gossip for eternity. We should have a PAX Tube React sub goal. Okay. I mean, let's see here. If we can hit 50 sub points, we'll do it. $50 for PAX Tube, 100 for Praveen Mohan. Holy crap. I know it's very besides the point, but I want to brag that I made a perfect impression of before, after, and then back to the Franz standard sinuses again. Oh. Well, I'm glad that I at least sound like somebody that people know, because the last thing is I needed someone to be telling me, like, oh, you kind of sound like what I think, what I think, So, 50 sub points, we do PAX Tube. 100 sub points, we do Praveen Mohan.
The modern public school system was changed around World War I in America in a very profound way. As part of a series...
Yeah, this totally doesn't look staged at all. What does she do? She's like Colin Powell right here. Like holding up the little vial in the UN. Like just a little bit of the just one little drop of this substance in here and we could all be dead. Like, okay, Colin. Calm down. We good. See you later, Ludi. Oh, wait, what? No wonder I keep No wonder who keeps interrupting the video.
Of profound cultural changes called the managerial revolution. This is the process that created our modern ruling class, in which the West went from a society run by hereditary nobility or business moguls to one run by...
Wait, but business moguls, right? No, it became a hereditary nobility gave way to business moguls. We still have the business moguls to this day. And by the way, the word mogul, as I'm sure many people of you know, actually does come from the Mughal Empire, right? Because since the empire was known for being so rich in all of its commodities that it had, etc., etc., the people that were associated with that, like traders, etc., were often called Mughals. So I take it back. I didn't want to go back to understand how stupid the thing he's breaking down is. Wait, what do you mean, pitchforks? You mean WhatIfAltHist?
college-educated managers or bureaucrats. There were a series of concerns at the time which crystallized into creating the scheme of what modern education is today. In America, this period was a reaction to...
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. I don't like this map. I don't know why. There's something here. Another thing too is this, well, like when people emphasize this, right, in particular, they actually forget about... Okay, just wanted to make sure because, you know, just wanted to make sure. Is because, of course, it's acting like Mexicans are not an old and established community. Like, people still act like Mexicans in the United States are like, you know, brand new or something, right? Like, oh, you know, we just arrived yesterday, right? Like, Mexicans were living here in 1848, you know? So, I don't know. I don't know why we're considered like... I mean, this is something even Francisco Valderrama talks about. Like, we're not some community that just began to immigrate to the United States. Right? Nor are Sephardic Jews a new community that's just begun to immigrate to the United States, right? Because one of the places that a lot of Sephardic Jews moved to was New York, but also to places in a place that actually, a long time ago, at the starting of the country, Charleston, South Carolina, had a lot. But yes, Los Angeles, you had a lot of Sephardim move there.
First of all, mass immigration, to which nativism became a powerful sentiment to assimilate the immigrants, and also the integration of the vastly different regional cultures inside America.
Oh no, what are these maps? Nordic America? Cavalier? He doesn't even... What are these two? Also, how can Appalachia go into Texas? Look, I don't know a lot of things, but I know one thing. Amarillo, Texas is not Appalachia. Okay? I'm just putting that out there right now. Okay? Amarillo, Texas, the yellow rose of Texas, is not Appalachia. Just... Neither is Austin. I don't know where on earth he gets these maps. Americans have a suspiciously short marriage. Yeah, they do. Noted host. Yeah, like, oh, okay. I guess that, I guess now, you know, Galveston and Corpus Christi, Appalachia. Yeah. Like, and I don't even, like, Cavalier, I don't even understand what this is, like, Midlands. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, people from Nebraska and people from Chicago are not the same. I'm be able to keep up. I'm buzzed down and slowing it down. I'm typing on a mobile. Ignore me. I meant ready it. Oh, no. Just, oh, no. No need to apologize. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding you correctly. That's why I was asking. Also, he didn't label these two, so I'm guessing this is... And also Mexican America. Like, the West. What does this even mean?
There was, of course, the Industrial Revolution and World Wars, both of which created incentives to make people docile. There was the Managerial Revolution.
He loves using that word, but I don't think he understands what that word means. Docile. Like he said, docile soldiers. I've never heard of a docile soldier. Like, that just doesn't make any sense.
In which you had to train a bureaucratic ruling class, as well as the massive increases in quality of life due to science. All of these factors added together to create an incentive towards an educational system that prized conformity, docility,
Oh no. Our European chef... Wait, how is Toshiba a European chef? And why would they feel at home in Lincoln, Nebraska? I don't... Okay, my goodness gracious. It's not a European chef, but I guess it's European food? I guess? I don't know. It looks like there's a turkey with only one leg. I don't know. That's what it kind of looks to me. I don't know how that's particularly European. But okay. Some kind of weird cake. I don't even know what that is. It looks like a roll of meat. It looks like a jumbo brajol. You know what I mean? It looks like a jumbo brajol to me. The thing in the front, you know. But Toshiba is not European, so how is it a European chef? Anyway, I don't know. This map. Oh no, for real. Like, the only correct area is the Mormon one. You know what I don't know. Have people heard this before? That the area from like San Bernardino County all the way up to like Idaho and everything, up to like Twin Falls and all that, that it's like, what's it called? It's called the Jello Belt. Did people know that that's what they call that? Probably more accurate ones. Not to brag, but I could have made a better map. Oh, yeah. For sure. Eastern Asia, European, same, yeah. It's over there.
Math or science against the humanities.
Oh my goodness. This is, oh, look at this. Look at this. Crystallized. It's crystal methodologies of misogyny. That microwave makes me think of my childhood. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's a microwave. The Sodi shops? Oh, yeah, I remember those. I remember that there actually was a case where there was a Mexican kid that he tried to go to one of the soda fountains and try to get something to drink, but they actually wouldn't let him in. Like, they made a big fuss, right? Because they, you know, that, oh, he's gonna... Anyway, I won't get into that story. Look at this ad over carefully. Circle the items you want for Christmas. Okay, look, I'm gonna be serious with you. I don't think that I would want to give my mother, right, or my father, like, why would you want to give things to make them work as a gift? You know what I mean? It's like they need a toaster, right? They need, you know, whatever. I don't know what else is on here, you know, whatever. The can opener, fine, whatever. But, like, that's literally, like, here are the, like, it's weird because it's kind of a weird mockery of the whole, like, you know, the whole idea of the workers and the means of production, right? Like, if you think about it, right? Because it's giving you stuff so that way you can do the reproductive labor in the household, right? So convenient. Yeah, one leg turkey baked in a microwave really takes me back. Again, it makes me, I don't know why, but all day long I've been being reminded of Sizzler steaks. And I don't know why. I literally do not know why. Just all day long, just Sizzler steaks. It says in the bottom, pick up what your wife wants, go buy it before she... Yeah, Dormeyer.
In America, this was largely done by New England Yankees, who imprinted their values upon the public...
Hello, Maggie. Welcome, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in. How are you? How are you doing? How have you been? I heard that you went on vacation. Is that ad meant to be? I suppose so, but it's of a particular flavor of, it's of a very particular flavor of humor that, is often called shit. So, I'm not quite a fan of that flavor profile. But yeah, I over here heard that you went on a cruise of the Mediterranean, Maggie. How was the cruise? Vacation? Oh, you went to the hospital? Oh my goodness! I hope that you're okay. Somebody told me that you went on one of those. I kid you not. They told me that you went on one of the cruises that they advertise in those Costco ads. I haven't been on a vacation in ages. Oh, I know what you mean. Trust me. Yeah, I was like, oh, she's over there in Barcelona, over there, Marseille. Hello, hello, hello. Like what you see? Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Yeah, I wish too. I mean, that would have been nice. You definitely have earned it. That's for sure. Also, notice that he's talking about land settled by Yankees, but there were already people here, bro. What about their values and their culture? What did the Yankees do to them? And what about the Mets? Where did they go? So we see that the New York Yankees went here, but where did the Mets go? Did they go down here? Happy birthday! You're in home now.
School system. This is why stuff like sports, waking up early, lots of homework, and more ended up in the public school system, since those were things that the Yankees viewed as positives in of themselves. Well,
No. That's just what? No. The reason why we actually know that giving homework is a bad idea is because it presumes, like especially in BIPOC neighborhoods, like for example, when I got off of school, I didn't go home until like 8 p.m. Right? I literally had to walk multiple city blocks to get to the library. So, like all of that time that's happening, I can't do the homework, right? And by the time that I get there, I'm tired because I was smaller back then, right? And a whole bunch of other things, but and then getting home at 8 p.m. I'm not exactly gonna do my homework when I have to wake up at 3 in the morning the next morning to wake up to go to school. So, context: the gift of making someone a wife.
the rest of the country frowned upon them. You can blame the people at the.
Oh, look at this! It's interesting. There are very few pictures of people using abacuses these days, but I have seen them. I've always found that very, very fascinating. Well, yeah, isn't that like when you cross the threshold and you're like, welcome in, right?
Time, but they were doing what made sense given the incentives that their circumstances gave them. If you know your.
Wait, but then why doesn't he apply this at large? Right? They would do, yes, but why don't you apply this to everything? People can only do what their circumstances allow them. That's, yes. But why are you only allowing it in this one case? Is it because there's something about these children that makes them special to you? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that about the back spasms. I do hope that you're feeling better now, though.
Students will spend their whole lives doing boring factory jobs. The best thing you can do is prepare them for that life. If your country doesn't do that, it's doomed against a country which does industrialize. If you know that the way war is fought.
America is a post-industrial society. That's the reason why all the stuff that Trump brings up, we're going to build those big factories over here, and they're going to be real big, I'm going to tell you. They're going to be bigger than the entire state of Ohio. I'm telling you right now, I can see into the future. I can see into the future of my crystal burger. No, but you have this. Oh, we're gonna bring back this. You can't bring anything back. Imperialism is already doing its thing. We have a completely financialized economy, which started in 1961 with Nixon financializing the economy, actually. And yeah, that's about it. That is the most important sector, is private equity. And we know this because literally everybody knows what private equity is. Right? Daily Show. Jon Stewart. Oh, interesting. Or is it Abacai? I think it's in Greek, so it would be abacus. Abacus is same thing with syllabus. It's in Greek, so it would be syllabuses, not syllabi. Hello, Geode. I'm back. I just did a fall beach barbecue. Oh, very nice. I got to see some seals and migrating birds. Oh, very nice. You know where I've always wanted to go to around this time of the year? I've always wanted to go, this is in Mexico, to that forest in Michoacan where all of the monarch butterflies go to. Oh, I've always wanted to go, but it's hard because Mexico City is sort of far away from it, and it's not an easy drive either for many, many reasons. So, but yeah, beach barbecue, that sounds very nice.
Is by standardizing large amounts of men to charge machine guns. You need to train them to do that in school so the Nazis don't win. Since the endpoint...
What is this? Okay, I don't know what this Puritan core image here we have is supposed to try to represent, but I don't know. It's giving off some weird vibes. Because we know that this is not actually how they dressed. This is based off of a small statuette that was made in like the early 19th century, so it was meant to be... Oh, I see.
Of industrialization is standardization. What occurred here is that everyone was trained to this new baseline of factory workers, including the elite. Something that's pretty shocking about modern America is no one claims to be the ruling class. This isn't something I see in any other...
Come on. But your knees must hurt from jumping to these conclusions. Like, for real. Like, you just need to hold your horses. Because what are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's just flat out wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong, and you know you're wrong.
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
Sounds good. I'd love to see monarch butterflies. Oh yeah, for sure. He's got Megan knees. They don't claim to be the ruling class. Do they have to? Do they have to wear a little sign saying ruling class? I mean, yeah, we don't have sumptuary laws anymore, but you know. We know who lives in Billionaire Row.
Era of history. In all other times, those in charge take pride in it.
Yeah, you can tear an ACL.
In America, everyone wants to be an everyman working Joe, or the counterculture. Even the elite today pretends...
The counterculture? Well, the counterculture, for one, I can tell you now, is not right-wing. And I don't know where... Anyway.
The rebels, and that the leftist elite larps that they are fighting the establishment.
Imagine him thinking... You know, like, I've actually heard some people be like, oh, actually, Donald Trump is actually a communist plant, you know? That actually, like, if he gets a second... term, you know, he's gonna store, you know, whatever they think, you know. Oh, you know, he's gonna raise taxes, which is communism apparently. But oh my goodness gracious, thank you so much, Lantipod. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the Shakespeare Show. Currently going over some very bad history. So we're very pleased to have you. Please make sure to refresh so that way you get counted as part of the stream. If you would like, make sure to follow. And make sure to get nice and cozy. Yeah, he's just holding $20.
Well, they
like
are the establishment. An example of this.
y- y- Kamala Harris is not a leftist. I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's just the case, right? She might be a liberal, but and that might be to the left of the right wing in the United States, in a technical sense, right? If you want to look at politics on that kind of, line graph. But in terms of, how politics is multifaceted, especially now, there's, again, very much in the liberal camp, which is, same with Joe, right? They uphold, they say that they want to uphold liberal values, and that's what they, that's what they stand by, right? He's about to pay $20 for that ice cream. Maybe he's buying for everyone. Look, that would be some expensive ice cream. I mean, that's like Manhattan. Ah, merci beaucoup, Gablo. Merci vraiment. Ah, merci bien. Bienvenue à tous. Merci. Hi everybody. It was a pleasure to raid you. Oh, an interesting topic here. Lantipad co-host my private account. Ah, merci bien, Wonder Patate. Merci bien. Et bienvenue. So wonderful to have you all here. Thank you.
Is that if you're in a position of leadership, the wise thing to do is not work that much, and instead train your mind through various exercises to...
Yes, right. Like, again, I'm not here to say, like, I'm not here to assess their political positions as such, right? But more to say, like, they're liberals, right? Like, they uphold liberal values, right? They uphold certain values, that, and so... That's more what I'm trying to say, right? That, like, it's not that I would expect more of Kamala, I should say.
Be tough, wise, and intelligent. The thing with leadership is they don't have to work because they have people beneath them who can do that. Their place is to make correct decisions and provide leadership, which is what they're...
Do you know what the capitalists do? I mean, they give themselves jobs, right? Like, they give themselves something to do because, again, they want to seem like they're doing something, but they don't do anything. Are you going to tell me that Elon Musk does a day's work? An honest day's work? Are you going to tell me that? Are you going to tell me that? I don't know.
Role in the organization is. One of my friends said that as a CEO, your job is to make the 5 important decisions a year that determine the survival.
It's the CEO. Oh, feh. Kind of
survival of your company. You need to have a clear head deal to make those decisions correctly, so an overworked leadership class is dangerous. This was the consensus.
Oh, poor leadership class. You see, they're overworked. The reason why they can't give us health care, the reason why they can't lessen the burden of taxation on the working classes, the reason why they cannot lower, prescription medicine costs, all of those things, is because they're overworked. That's why. Perhaps if we, the working classes, worked a little harder, maybe then they would be willing to give us something in return. Maybe. To be frank, the less Musk works, the better. Everyone, the better. Yeah, that's true, right. The last thing I need him doing is to be, especially when it comes to Twitter. Because I don't know how it became a cesspit, but I'm not on there, so. But when I have to see things on there, it's not good. Not good. Yes, have a good rest, Atticus.
Every society in history, and it's why the aristocracy in every society doesn't work. They need to be
Oh my god. This man over here. So he's saying that the problem is our expectations of having Elon and Donald Trump and, the other rich people, right? The other people that are billionaires, right? That are the 1% of the 1%, right? That the problem is that we make them work too hard. And that means that they don't have a clear head when it comes to making the important decisions like giving us health care. But apparently they have clear enough head when it comes to, helping spark a regional war in the Middle East. So that must be when they got their vacation time, which of course is paid. This is still fairly early for me. I don't have to worry about getting up early for work, so I'm just chilling. Oh, well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
in positions of great stress like leading armies, making intellectual breakthroughs, or important decisions. These things...
This weird idealism of the past, like in that way, is literally the problem with great man history. Like, for all of the different aristocrats that did say discover something, most of the time it wasn't even them that discovered it, right? It was, they had all of these people that worked, right? They did all the actual work, right? And then they just got to claim the discovery itself. Like, it's not even, And I don't know, what is this? Are these the Huguenots?
These are incredibly nerve-wracking, so you need to mentally...
Oh, I'm so sorry, Elon. I'm so sorry. Is saying that you will pay $1 million to voters in Pennsylvania? Is that hard work for you to do? I'm so sorry about that. You need to lighten your load a little bit. You know what I mean? You need to take some meditation breaks. You got to do some of that yoga.
Recharge and also train your brain with wisdom and courage in advance. This is why in every...
Wisdom and courage, Mike. You see? All you have to do, Mr. Trump, is read a lot of chivalric romances, particularly those from Occitania. Make sure to read them when you're in the hot tub. Make sure that you can get some nice relaxing jets as well. Enough to make sure that it can,
major society, the education of the aristocracy entails studying the classics and things like horseback riding, managing their estates, or fighting. Studying the classic...
This guy read literally like the Wikipedia page of like the aristocracy, because what? Honestly, the thing that the aristocracy historically, right, and especially during what we call feudalism, during the global Middle Ages, is they were literally just collectors. I mean, the word Lord, right? Like as in, the Lord Jesus Christ, for example. You know what it means? Like what actually comes from in Old English? It literally means Chalaviard, right? Which literally means the protector of the loaf. So when you say Lord, you're saying that person that protects the loaf of bread, right? Because that's what they do. They protect the stores of grain, right? They protect the mills. They protect right? They protect the loaves, hence Chalaviard, right? So that's what being a lord would actually, like, that actually tells you more or less what is actually going on. not whatever this idealized vision of them is.
Increases wisdom, or the ability to judge information correctly by reading lessons from the wisest people of the past. You can't know what struggles the next generation will face, and the information that will be pertinent to them will change. However, you can train them to be able to understand, through timeless truths, how to deal with the new problems that they will face in their lives. Meanwhile, stuff like horseback riding, jousting, or managing the family estate teaches real-life skills. Riding a horse...
What type of real-life skill? Imagine Musk trying to protect something. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, 1000%. Like, it makes no sense. Like, I'm just listening to this, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like... Huh? What? I don't know. That would be even worse than me trying to project. Look, if you give me a loaf of bread, chances are I'm gonna make myself a sandwich. Okay, I'll put it like that. But yeah, I'm not gonna put on chainmail to, like, you know, to put some bread in my fridge, or you know what I mean. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know. I don't know people that do that actually. That's I don't know. Or French toast, right? Exactly. Okay, everyone. Well, just wanted to let you know. Thank you so very much for being here with me. I appreciate you all. If everybody on Twitch could please get in the machine so we could head on over to Amy's stream. I will let you all go. Make sure to tell Amy. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And all for those of you on YouTube, thank you very much for joining me for this wonderful stream. Hope to see you all very soon. See you all later.